All right. Hello, everyone. I'm Dick Turpin, and welcome to TEE TV. With me today is Damian and Stone because I can't see their names. All right. Say hello, everyone.
Good morning, everybody. Protect my bowels.
All right. All right, today we have a full plate with us. Today we're going to be discussing a lot of stuff, hopefully. Uh, we're going to be discussing, oh god, that freaking intro, man. Oh, we're going to be discussing Ghost Stories, Invincible Season 2, Part 2, Shogun episodes 5 through 7, and the completely made up adventures of me. Oh, man. All right, so man, I'm sorry. That intro really caught me off guard, dude.
I wanted to make something. I had no idea what to do. And just, that moment of inspiration just hit me.
Yeah. um. Oh, what the hell? All right. All right. I need to collect myself. Oh
Breathe, Charles, breathe.
man. Well,
Breathe and inhale.
yeah, like in and out, in and out.
That's
But
right. In
all right, so let's get
and out.
started. Let's get started with ghost stories because I know that the last time we were supposed to discuss ghost stories,
We
I
didn't.
was not prepared to discuss the full season because I only ended up watching only the first half of the season. Well, now I am prepared because I did actually finish the show. So
And
yes,
last time I had watched zero because I hadn't been able to find the damn thing. But
yes,
then I got it, and goddamn, was it a good time.
yeah, it was fun. Oh man! But so initial thoughts, everyone. What did you guys think?
Far
Um,
more un-PC than I anticipated
Oh yeah,
in the best possible way.
it was crazy.
I don't know, man. I think I think it definitely kind of went in this. I don't know. I'm gonna say this. I'm big on when it comes to anime. I'm big on their intros and their exits.
Hmm.
Um, the intro, you would not expect that you would be dealing with this type of show from the intro music.
No,
I,
I
You would
guess
think
not.
I would have thought I'd be dealing with Asian brats or something like that.
I've got the lyrics here. Do you want me to read them?
I do remember some. I do remember because at some points they would subtitle they would subtitle the actual lyrics to the songs in English. So I was able to get a gist of it, but it just again it was. But
It
go
was
ahead,
like,
please.
okay. About you, about me, about someone, about something I don't know. Please tell me a story I haven't heard before, in order to make it come true. I open up my heart now. Even though I'm lonely, how often have I been too shy to say, I want you to pay attention to me? And yes, the question mark was in the in the subtitles. If I'm going to tell a little lie anyway, I could do so more skillfully. But, living my life nervously, I see nothing but walls standing in my way. And before I know it, I'm in a labyrinth. I don't want a life like that. If that's the me I don't know yet, then tomorrow should be a little more attractive to me. What the fuck is that?
But
Oh,
now, but now, but and then there's the closing theme. That is,
Yeah, I forgot to fucking write down the lyrics for that, but all I remember is sexy, sexy.
but yeah, it's really just it's really an invitation for sex at the end of the
yeah.
That's pretty much what the song. Like, when they basically read the song lyrics out in English, yeah, that's pretty much was an invitation to, you know what I'm saying, for sex. Yeah, rock it. Or whatever they're rocking. I'm pretty sure we know what's rocking, but you know what I'm saying? That's being rock. But you know, yeah, it's
Yeah, first time I saw the ending credits in English translation, I was like, hold up a second. Is that actually the English translation of that song? I mean, this like that song with this show. It's like, really? It's like, come on.
like
And you
this.
didn't even need the translation for "sexy, sexy." That was one of
No,
those
you
things that
didn't.
for some reason you get in Japanese songs where there's random English for some reason.
Oh
I
no,
guess they don't have a word for
that
sexy.
Or
that's
maybe
pretty
it takes,
common.
or maybe it breaks up the flow, saying it. You know what I'm saying? Trying to say it in their language because maybe it just makes it a lot longer or
Yeah,
something.
yeah,
Maybe
Could be, yeah.
it's pretty common when they do that in their songs. It's pretty common.
because you know saying in their language just kind of throw off the flow of it. I think.
Yeah, yeah, that's pretty much the reason.
Because I've always wondered that. Why is this like random 3 words or sometimes 1 word
But real
in
quick,
English?
do you know the absolute best? What I felt like now, I used to think it was Darker Than Black. Had probably like one of the best opening theme songs that I've heard. Now it's Ninja Kamui on
That's the
Toonami.
new adult, Toonami show.
Yeah, it is. That song is the best. It's probably like one of the best songs related to like content. I mean, it was almost like it was. You almost think it was made for this damn, you know, what I'm saying, anime show. Okay, the lyrics go because I've seen it so many times. I fucking know it now. It was like rain, rain, come wash away the pain. With demons in my head, vengeance is the only way. And then they go into a little, you know what I'm saying, riff break. And then right before the end, we had trust, belief, and friendship. Maybe something more, maybe something less. This is how I make amends for the light turned to darkness, shedding blood till it's earned. Rain, rain, come wash away this goddamn pain. And painted it, yelled loudly at that point. Now vengeance is the only way. I'll make you pay till your heart stops, till your heart stops. You'll be wishing you were dead because all the blood that you know what I'm saying, all the tears won't be all that you lose tonight. I'll make you pay for what you did in a demonic death metal voice.
I was gonna say, is it metal? Because it sounds pretty metal.
Yeah, but yeah, it's pretty it's pretty rough. And then, like I said, when they ended out, you know, what I'm saying you get this real metal for what you did. Yeah. So, like I
That'd be
said,
what? That'd be at least like 6 or more episodes in now, right?
hmm?
That'd be like 6+ episodes in now.
About that, I think. Yeah, about that. Six,
Yeah, I'll have to get on that.
7 or 8. But yeah, it's like I say, about 24 minutes each or so like that. I mean, but very snappy, very good. You know, I mean, it's just I don't know, man. It's brutal. It's set to a hip hop soundtrack, also.
Nice.
And like I said, it's just it's a lot going on. It really goes back. It really kind of takes, in my opinion. See, this is when people do something and inspired by something. I feel like Ninja Kamui was inspired by Ninja Assassin, but it takes it on a whole new level with the anime. I feel like, and what they're doing because now they're putting a super corporate element to it. That's, you know what I'm saying, that's trying to take over, that's just trying to take over the world and is using, you know, ninja skills and secret arts to infuse with technology to do, you know what I'm saying, to do a lot of weird shit to kind of complete that takeover, you know, and everything like that among the usual steps that corporations take to basically try to run everything and permeate through everything in life. So that's what we're dealing with besides the ninja's past and everything like that. It's more what was just a revenge situation for him for what was done, the selling out of of the ninja, of his ninja culture, them coming after him, after the sellout, like, like he's done something wrong, and then, the resulting things that happen after that. But I mean, not so much a spoiler because they do, but his wife and son are killed, and yeah, that's his main mission, to take them all down for that. But then not realizing that there's a whole gigantic multi-billion-dollar corporation that is backing them too. So
It's like once you start this, what do you think is a small battle turns into a war?
yeah, no one had any idea how the ninja higher ups was selling out the culture and everything like that for profit and for, I guess, relevancy's sake, or what I'm saying, or I guess staying in the lifeblood of the world, on the world stage, I guess. I don't know, what it was completely about. But that thing always causes a dissent of somehow. So, and that just, so basically, excuse me, basically they broke protocol by even connecting together, and everything like that. I'm not doing a whole bunch of spoilers because they were both ninjas, when they got together and everything like that. And that was protocol, but they were feeling like what was going on was, I'm saying, was basically kind of basically tearing everything down anyway. So, just another reason, but they were willing to leave it alone and move on. But them coming back after them because, they seem very vengeful and petty more than anything. It just kind of basically brought him, brought him back out, brought that side of him that he was trying to bury. And there we are.
I'll definitely have to check that out. I was already going to, but do you know how many episodes are going to be in the season?
Yikes. Give me a sec.
I was going to wait till it's done, but I feel like I saw like a teaser for a new episode the other day, so I'm guessing it's still going.
Let me see. I'll try my best not to take too long. Okay. Oh my God, did I not get to that one? I could have sworn I did. I could have sworn I got to 8. But let's see.
Oh yeah, unrelated, kind of. I think The Simpsons did like a Primal episode, or a Primal type episode.
Wow, I can't believe
I saw some screenshots of it, and it's like that looks like Primal. They're like you've never seen an episode like this before. I'm like, okay, it's just The Simpsons Primal. I'm intrigued. Definitely check it out.
Well, I'm not sure. I know there's definitely 2 more coming up. I'm not sure how many more. I'm not sure how many more episodes they're going to have in the season. But
No, they haven't said.
Because they are getting to it at this point. He's definitely mowed through some things, but there's still some other challenges. So, but yeah. This is, like I said, it's just I'm not sure. Like I said, I think it probably has a few more episodes in it from where I feel like I'm at, but just like I said, I definitely highly recommend it. Very interesting show. Like I said, because at first I was like, okay, are they trying to do anime ninja, anime ninja assassin? But it's so much more than that. Excuse me 1 second, fellas.
Yeah. Charles, did you say you've seen Primal or not?
You're talking about that British show with the dinosaurs?
No, Primal. That may have been the title of that show. I feel like that was Primal something.
The show I'm thinking of is Primeval. Okay.
Okay. Yeah. No. Primal is it's an Adult Swim show where there's like no dialogue. It's
I know the show
like
you're talking about. It focuses on that caveman.
Yeah, in like caveman in dinosaur times, makes friends with a T-Rex and whatnot.
Nope, never saw it.
Yeah, it's a very interesting show. Like, very much like it demands your attention because without any dialogue, like it's very like you got a soundscape and everything, but you really got to be paying attention. but yeah, I can't say I had any issue with paying attention. It was very interesting. Never seen anything quite like it before.
Yeah, but if it has no dialogue, then who are the actors?
I mean, you get grunts and stuff like that, but it tells its story through visuals. It's sort of like you very much, I guess you very much get what would have been said if there was dialogue. Does that make sense?
Here, I'll look it up. Let's see. Primal show.
Yeah, there's, let's say, 3 seasons so far. I've only seen the first one, but definitely want to see the rest.
Okay, so there are actual actors in this show, but
Yeah.
yet the show doesn't have dialogue.
If I recall right, there is slivers here and there, but for the most part, it's purely sound. With the occasional grunt and stuff like that.
Okay,
And even
so
what I recall, I wouldn't really say it's dialogue necessarily.
okay,
Like,
so
people
the
have
main
conversation.
picture, like the main poster of this show shows the caveman riding the back of a roaring T-Rex as they are charging into battle, and they're both covered in arrows.
Yeah, that's a pretty perfect summary. You're going to be getting a bunch of that.
I have to watch this show.
You know, I definitely want to see the rest, but I'm almost thinking I might rewatch season 1 just because, fuck it, why not?
I mean, who doesn't want to see a badass caveman riding on the back of a T-Rex and just
It's sort of like they've got kind of an interesting kind of friendship. It's very much like, we're friends, but we're also going to yell and roar at each other every now and then. And that's the thing. Like, they're conveying a story without telling you what the story is specifically.
Yeah.
Show, don't tell.
Well, I do appreciate that. Showing, not telling. Yeah, I like that.
Sorry, folks. Sorry about that. Had to get the studio clear of all of the, wretched distractions that would haunt me. And speaking of haunting, ghost stories.
Very good.
I try, fellas. I try. I definitely felt like, well, first, okay, now that we're past the opening and closing themes, which again, very, I mean, I don't know, it's kind of put me in a weird place again. Just kind of very off-putting. You wouldn't think that when you see the opening, the theme, the images that go along with the song and everything, you wouldn't think it would be a show like this. And then of course, you got the male and the female, where immediately the kid, now granted, he was sort of at the right place at the right time when he sort of came in the house, into their new house, and she sort of just laid out there with her skirt on. I mean, he sort of found himself at the right place at the right time, but it kind of sparked an interest, it would seem, as we would find out, but
Like, that dude is pretty much HUD for like 95% of the show.
Or at least
constantly or he's got a shit. One of the two.
So what do you think about that whole? So what do we think about the whole bathroom aspect of it at that point?
Well, like the episode specifically.
Yeah, what do we think about just like the initially the bathroom aspect of the initial interactions with with some of the spirits, some of the demons and whatnot?
How do you mean exactly?
Like the one reaching out of the, like when you just saw it, and we just saw in the clip, and a lot of them kind of would kind of span around.
Okay, so you're wanting to know whether or not we want red paper or blue paper.
The brown paper is not a joke.
I mean, that's what the ghost was literally asking. It's like the ghost was asking, do we want red paper or blue paper?
No, just
I was if you say any other color, you're fucked.
Pretty much.
Completely.
I was just being funny. It was a callback to Two and a Half Men, the Ashton Kutcher years or whatever, you know.
Which I would have to say is probably one like the bad years of that show.
Wow, people really are shitty. My daughter,
And I didn't watch almost. I don't think I really watched any episodes, but I saw the finale, like the actual finale of the show. That is one of the most bitter fucking things I've ever seen. That was just the show creator just being like, how do I say fuck Charlie Sheen in his stupid asshole for 22 minutes? Then drop a piano on him.
but then drops one on himself, doesn't he?
No. He doesn't. No, he doesn't just drop a piano on Charlie Sheen. He also then turns around in the director's chair, looks at the camera, and says, "Winning."
And then it was credits, right?
Yeah.
Hey,
Yeah.
and the piano doesn't drop on him too. Are you sure?
I don't remember that, but yeah,
I don't think
remember
so.
him turning around in the director's chair, looks at the camera, and says, "Winning." I do remember him doing that.
Wow. Wait a
Yeah.
second.
Because I'm surprised I remember this so well. Maybe because it was just so like for a sitcom, it was one of the most like, as I said, bitter sort of mean-spirited episodes I've ever seen. But so like Charlie was in the show hit by a train, or is supposedly pushed in front of a train by Rose. Was it the crazy stalker neighbor chick?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was Rose. And then it's
Something
like,
like
no,
that.
he's alive. It's like, oh, he's coming back for vengeance, and they're all just kind of afraid for the entire episode. And then I can't really remember what else happens, but I just remember someone who resembles Charlie Sheen from the back knocking on the door, and a piano falls on him.
No, oh, you guys heard that?
Yeah, we heard that.
Okay, that was great timing. That was unintentional, but it was great fucking timing. My God, I am so sorry. I thought I had it on mute already, but when I clicked another video, it just it automatically took it off mute. And God, that was great. Oh my God, that was so. Like, I was thinking to myself, I didn't want it to happen, but it would have been so cool if it actually did happen. You know what I'm saying? But I didn't want it to.
That's better timing than the episode. They shouldn't have had that scene with Chuck Lorre. If you're gonna do it, have the piano drop on his fucking head and then hit the man cue. That's so much better.
Yep, I was right. He did drop one on himself too.
He did?
Yeah, he did.
Huh. I don't know.
Yeah. We devolved from talking about ghost stories to talking about 2.5 Men.
No,
I mean, can you really devolve when you're talking about ghost stories?
But I mean, but while it's funny while we're talking about demons and ghosts and everything like that. One more, because I only did because we did the whole like I was saying, the whole brown paper. The brown paper is not a joke. Was just it was from the Walden years of of 2.5 Men, where he's like he got him some new toilet paper. It's like the brown paper is not a joke. So it's just got him 3 types of toilet paper to see which one he likes better. He's like the brown paper is not a joke, and that's
Oh yeah, I don't remember that.
But I'm just for some who actually stomached their way through the Walden years, apparently, because even my daughter's like she didn't find him funny or hot.
Liking this shit.
She didn't find Ashton Kutcher funny or hot, and felt like Alan carried the show, and it's like wow. Really?
I like Ashton Kutcher. I think he's a decent actor. I've liked him in some of the stuff that he's done.
Yeah.
Not all of the stuff, but some of the stuff he's
He was
done.
Kelso, and he was Kelso. Kelso.
And he was blank in Dude, Where's My Car? I forget his name.
I don't remember his name in that movie either.
I don't remember anyone's name in that movie.
Nope.
It's been a while.
Yeah, he was the dude asking about his car, right?
He was the guy that said
That face.
he was the
You that
guy
face
that
again?
had the dude tattoo on his back.
Yeah.
It's like, what does mine say? Dude. What does mine say? Sweet.
Like, I don't know if it would hold up at all, but at the time, that was some of the funniest shit ever.
Yeah. Oh my god. And apparently Jennifer Garner was in that movie. And she played she was in that movie. She was she was like the girlfriend of one of them.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I was going to say, I don't think she was the alien chick with the big tits.
No, she wasn't. She was like the girlfriend of one of the main characters. I can't remember which one.
I gotta be honest with you, bro. Movies were pretty much dead until like Neighbors.
Oh my god, Neighbors. That's the one with Seth Rogen and Rose Byrne and Zac Efron, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
but like bro movie, like it was like people, like all of a sudden it was like no bro movies, no
Yeah, it
Porky's,
was
no stuff like Porky's, Revenge of the Nerds, even nothing really like that type of stuff.
Yeah, well,
You know?
Zac Efron has aged out of bro movies now. He's too old to do those movies now.
Now he's
He'd
doing.
be
now-
what? Like, he'd be like probably 40 or something now, right?
Well, you know what? I'll look it up because I'm actually kind of curious. All right, Zac
I thought it might be somewhere there.
Efron.
He could probably still pull it off. Like, I saw the trailer for, was it Ricky
Holy shit.
Stenicki with John Cena? He still looks pretty fucking.
He's
He's definitely keeping in shape.
36. He's 36.
But see what I'm saying is, like they at least brought back that whole thing of like guys' lives are interesting. It's the whole point I'm making. It's like there's so much content about what I'm saying, about females and the aspects of their lives. It's like at that point a little bit it was like, okay, guys' lives became somewhat interesting. Horrible bosses, and things like that.
I Love
They
You,
would-
Man. When did that come? I Love You, Man. Remember that?
Yeah, I remember that
Jason
movie. It
Segel
had
and Paul
Jason
Rudd.
Segel and Paul Rudd.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can't remember
And
when
like-
that came out. I want to say that was before.
But I think Seth Rogen kind of became a little bit of a leader in that, a little bit like with Pineapple Express and stuff like that. I think he started
Yeah,
to
it's
become,
very much a bro movie.
yeah. I think he started to become a guy that kind of like, even with the interview, I think what I'm saying, it's like more of this sort of like, like in his own way, sort of like, because he's going to be a quirky guy. He's not going to be that guy. So it's going to be a bro movie in its own way, with a guy like, say Seth Rogen doing it. So, I kind of, but I'm sorry. And we do apologize. And, it's just when we connect and certain things kind of connect. We told you this before, but sometimes with certain people, because we do appreciate the 15 live viewers that we have right now. And we just want to say, just in case, for those who don't know, like this is what we do. I'm sorry. I don't know. I suppose that if we really wanted to like serious up, we could do a show that was straight, nothing but discussing the show and the show itself and each episode down, what I'm saying, and going through all of that until it was done. But sometimes certain things make you kind of converse about little things that wow, I don't know. I don't know if it's a weird thing, nerd thing, or getting older thing where it's like, man, I remember that story or this show, and is that what we're doing now? I don't, look, I'm willing to look inward and realize, are we being a little cadre and like, oh God, I remember this comic now based on that statement or this show, and he said that. You know, oh God, are we bad for that? But I'm sorry, folks. I mean, it just
I
makes
don't
the
think
show.
that.
It just makes the show more
It's
fun.
lack of discipline.
But it's not. But it's not to say that the show that we were set to talk about, Ghost Stories, is not interesting, because it is. I just, I just feel like wow, the story just. I mean, like the school. I mean, this school and everything that that went on. It just why is it that they seem to sort of like just preserve it or just kind of leave it there, like why hadn't it been torn down, you guys think,
Or like boarded up to the point that no one could ever get it.
Yeah, they were able to easily just kind of go in there and sort of check things out, but like why?
Yeah.
I'm just like why not just kind of completely demolish it? And it's just like, and then all of a sudden they accidentally, I mean, like wow, I mean, I just feel like, man, I just feel like it's fun, but do you feel like, because I forget, how did they accidentally unleash this thing? It's like they were just in there, right?
Yeah, I think it was just by virtue of them being in there. They just kind
Yeah,
of.
that's all I can remember. I'm like, did they do anything? Like, did they
I
really?
don't. I don't remember them doing anything. I think it was just their presence stirred things up.
Yeah, just like, because I want to make sure, like, God, because I hate, because in my head sometimes I'm like, do I really want
Oh,
to act? Because if I ask this question, it'll make me feel like I didn't watch it, but I watched it, but it's like I didn't see. Like, did they do something? Did they say something? Did they chant something? Like, they didn't do anything like that.
because I don't think it was in the. I don't think it was in the first episode because there was like a reference to like because they're like digging up the hillside or the mountain or whatever, and that they were destroying all these like little statues or seals that um, I forget the main female character's name. Her lesbian mother, which they go back to many times, she'd put these little seals in place to keep these things in their sleep or whatever they called it, and they were being like torn up and destroyed. So that was releasing all these things. But I don't think that was in the very first episode though. I feel like it was just them going into the place.
No, no,
Yeah,
no. When they realize that the ghosts are being released from their spiritual sleep, that's
Spiritual
at the
sleep. Thank you.
that's at the end of the very first episode.
It was the first episode. Okay.
Yeah, it was at the very end because
So they were talking about like the mountain being dug up and whatnot in
yeah,
that episode.
yeah.
Huh.
It's they mentioned that the mountain's being torn up for like modern development or something.
yeah,
Okay, because yeah, the first time I like remember it is in the episode where little Jewish kid with the big lips, for whatever reason, is doing the play, and then you're like he's on the stairs, and they
yeah.
figure out like the stairs are haunted and stuff. That for some reason that's the first time I remember them talking about it. But
No, no, they mention it in the very first episode, but at the end of it,
it's
No,
easy
yeah,
to miss things with
that's
the show. It moves so fast.
oh yeah,
and yeah, I kind of see how you felt that way because of that, because that's the first time you really see something. You really see one of the symbols that was broken, like, but it wasn't actually in that old school or in the bathroom or anything like that. So I guess that's why there
Yeah,
was more conversation on it. I guess because you finally seen one. You finally, not so much finally, but you got one of the scenes that kind of really took it way out of the school. Even and definitely out of the bathroom. So I think that's kind of why it seemed like it was more conversation on that. I definitely get how you feel on that, but it was just but it's like, okay, so I guess, but see, we weren't really, but I guess we were dealing with death. I guess it did take some lives because it seemed like that teacher, he was saved. The teacher was saved though, and everything like that, but seemed pretty close. He did get pulled down into the, what I'm saying, into the shit drain. But I mean, he still came
he
out of
did.
that alive. He still came out of that alive though.
He
So
did, which I don't know. Can't remember if we saw how that happened or if it's just because they vanquished the thing. He was
yeah,
saved.
yeah, and I mean, like I said, at the nick of time because even one of them was gonna be taken at that point too. So it was like, yeah, it was like nick of time type of thing again, you know. So
I really should have looked up the names. I'm so bad with Japanese names. I'm bad with names in general, but Japanese names I'm really bad with.
and then it's like, and then that cat. No, well, should they just have killed the cat?
I mean, in retrospect, no, because it was helpful. But to begin with, for like the first 3/4 of the show, that thing was just an annoying piece of garbage.
Yeah, but it wasn't the cat's fault.
No, it's not the cat's fault. No,
No.
I want to
demon
be able to say his
Chosen.
name, but I had it all loaded up to say his name, and I should have got back to practicing saying the name again so that I could.
Amano Jaku?
Yeah,
see, you looked it up.
No. I that came from memory. I don't even have the wiki even opened up or.
Lies. I talked to you before the show, and we could only remember Kaya, the cat's name.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
you
know,
know.
but I mean, I'm remembering from memory now. I'm not even sure if that's the correct pronunciation.
but you know
It
what?
sounds right. I'm going to say you're
Yeah.
probably right.
And
Yeah.
then we can use and it's good because we can use phonetics to remember it because the way it sounds to me now it's like if you forget it, just remember it kind of sounds like, "Come on, he jack you."
Wow.
Gay.
Ha! Gay.
Whatever it takes, I guess. If it works for you, that's cool.
Hey, I'm
Not
just
no
that there's
judgment here.
anything wrong with that.
Exactly. Of course not.
But no, I'm not even 100% sure if Amano Jaku is the correct pronunciation.
It
Like-
definitely rings true in my head, so I think you're right.
Maybe. I'm not sure. I may look it up later, but yeah, right now, no.
we
But
won't. Yeah, 'cause I remember that chant. Jock you, go to sleep. We won't jock you. So,
ugh.
and that's when he ended up in the damn cat.
Yeah, he ends up like spending not the rest of eternity, but ends up like possessing a cat and
threatening dark revenge.
Just kind of ripping on everybody. Just randomly. Whenever they're down and feeling, doubtful about themselves, he'll pop up on a branch or just out of nowhere and give them shit.
Yeah, he said like, yeah, you guys, your kids are a bunch of idiots. It's like, is that the best you have to say, you dumbass?
It's like, what? I was just sleeping. I don't need anybody. You kids are dumb. Dumb as fuck.
So hold on, let me.
It's just like, I mean, and I swear, the voice actors in this show must have had some kind of bet where they had to just keep one-upping themselves to see who could say the most fucked up thing.
It definitely felt like it. And I swear they stopped giving a fuck more and more as the show went on.
Yeah.
Especially like the last probably quarter of the season when they stopped like I don't know if the version you guys watched censored like fuck and stuff like that, but in the one I watched, they censored it in earlier episodes, and then in the later episodes, they just said it a bunch of times in one episode. Just left it out there.
Yeah, but no, it's just
What in the hell?
I don't even remember the characters' names, but like the main boy character like being obsessed with the main girl character and just like are you serious? It's just like, come on.
Like constantly making bets to try and get her panties. It's like, listen, if I do this heroic thing, you're gonna give me 2 pairs of panties, alright?
It's like, what the hell? I was like, what is wrong with you?
And then I love that her little brother, her little R-worded brother, as they said many times, like quite often his contribution was just, "Ah!" And they're like, yeah, that's right. Or no, you're stupid.
Every single time that kid talks, he goes like, "Ah!"
Yeah, like I would say he probably had like maybe 20 words total throughout the show, and the rest was
Yeah,
just that.
sounds about right. Jesus Christ. And let's talk about the Jesus freak. Oh my god.
She was great.
Yeah. Oh, oh my god.
Who, despite being only slightly older than them, at one point she said she met the main female character's mother at like a conversion camp or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, just kind of like, if you don't deliver yourself to Jesus, you're going to burn in hell. All right, thanks.
Oh my god. It kind of makes me want to go back and watch the Japanese version just to see how different things are
Just have,
between.
yeah, I'm intrigued. Like, I'm gonna watch at least an episode or two.
Yeah.
Where'd you guys watch it?
I watched it on Crunchyroll.
I got it from somewhere legal.
I watched it on Plex, and yeah, it was done in Asian with the subtitles, and I don't know, I
You didn't
liked it.
watch the English dubbed version?
So you have no idea what we're talking about.
You don't.
Whoa, did I
We watched.
disqualify myself? Did I disqualify
I,
myself watching the other version?
you've
Yes, you
qualified
did.
yourself for speaking on it, but yeah, we watched two different shows basically.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah, like two pretty much completely different shows.
Oh my god.
Hold on. Okay, wait a second. Wait a second. Wait a second. Okay, so you guys did watch an episode where there was a ghost playing the piano, and if she heard green sleeves 3 times, she would die, right?
Yeah, like there's certain like I guess the main story beats are the same.
Oh my god.
Everything else completely different.
Yeah. The English voice actors were given complete freedom to say whatever the hell they wanted, as long as they conveyed the basic form of the story. But beyond that, they could say whatever they wanted. I wanted you to watch the English dubbed version so you could understand what I meant by that. Oh my god.
I couldn't. What the hell?
Oh
Hold on.
no.
I'll see if I can. I'll see if I can quickly find a good clip to send you to just watch.
No. Send him the clip about the bunny. Send him that one.
Funny.
Or you can certainly give me one of the first.
It's not because you're a rabbit. It's because. Do you know what I'm talking about, Damian?
I think so. Yeah.
It's about the ghost bunny. It's Shirotabi.
Yeah. I'm seeing if this clip is.
And what episode is that from?
Okay. Yep. All right. Hold on, Stone. I'll send you this on Telegram.
What episode is that from?
Oh my god.
That would have been 8, something like that. I think.
It was the episode where the girl was trying to bring her dead pet rabbit back to life.
Yeah, and she ended up making like those mutant fucking things.
Yep.
Hey.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just sent it to you in the Telegram. Yeah, wildly different things. His send this as well because Charles mentioned this before the show, which is also a great line.
His funny little requests.
Touch me.
His red.
Touch me harder.
Shiro, Tommy, please forgive me for bringing you back to life. I know now that it could never work between us. As much as we wanted to, it could never be. Not because you're a rabbit, but because you're black.
Look what I.
Well, thank you for that.
See, now do you see what I mean?
I don't know. That one put me in a weird. That put me in a really weird place with this show.
It's pretty much it's the English dub version of the show is just mostly just random jokes and stupidity.
Yeah.
Wow, that put me in a really weird place. Oof.
They pretty much had complete freedom to say whatever the hell they wanted, and the English voice actors had like this running bet to pretty much try to see how each other could out try to be out offend one another, try to be as
Like-
more offensive than the other voice actor.
Like, you remember the episode with the radio station that was like killing people, like the school radio station? One of the sort of main plots in that episode was that the female teacher really needed to get laid, so she
Yep.
was banging that main teacher guy who had a crooked dick and couldn't really satisfy her at all.
Yeah.
That was like a somewhat main plot in that episode, mixed amongst the the main sort of thing.
Yeah. Oh my god.
I cannot believe that we are watching two different shows.
Yeah.
It's funny because we watched the same show, but we didn't at all.
Yeah, I know. It's really strange.
Well, look, you guys are the majority on this one, so I got to kind of bow to you guys and let you discuss it until we at least get to Invincible or Shogun, maybe. You know what I'm saying? It's just like, yikes! Wow, because it's like we're kind of out of sync on this one.
Yeah, we really are.
Wow,
Oh man.
I couldn't like Plex was like the easiest way to find it. Like they actually
Did it,
fucking
like-
had it.
Does it have the option for the other one, or
It didn't seem to. I swear to God. I think
Damn.
I tried to look for options, but it didn't seem to have any option but me just kind of watching it in that way. I swear. Like I'm even checking it now just to fucking see. It just doesn't seem to offer anything. Let me
Ugh.
but this doesn't seem to offer anything, man.
Yeah, well, the Crunchyroll version of the show is the only version of it on there is the dubbed version. It's not.
Oh, really? They
They
don't have the
don't have
option?
the subtitled version.
that's kind of weird for them. You think they
Yeah.
would have both?
Yeah, I didn't see the subtitled version on Crunchyroll.
Yeah, the dub came out much later too. I think the original series was 2000. The dub was 2005, 6.
Yeah, something like that.
We just kind of sat around until whoever the company was that did the dub was just like, "Hey, this could be fun."
Like
Yeah.
it's not from what I can see here. I'm not even really being offered a like. I'm not even.
I found.
Yeah,
All right.
this doesn't seem to be offering anything like that. So yeah, but it was the easiest, and plus I've never had a problem with watching stuff with subtitles. So I really did not think that that it was like radical like that. I didn't think that. I really didn't.
It's it's funnier as well because me and Charles are sitting here just be like, you think of this dumb thing and that dumb thing, and you're just like, how about this plot line though? Like the way this played out, like you actually watched it like as it was, like with it probably had some serious implications and shit like that.
It kind of did.
Like you've actually got like a constructive sort of like thing you could say about it. Whereas it's just like, remember this dumb joke or this dumb joke or that fucking when they call him a fag. Remember that?
We did connect on his constant panty raids.
Yeah.
Like, okay, because it did happen.
It's one of those
It did
Japanese
happen in your
perversion
universe.
things.
Yeah, it did happen in your universe where he opened the window on her, right?
Yeah.
At school. So that did definitely happen.
Or where there were scenes where she would just like fall over and the skirt went up and stuff like that.
Yeah, and that was definitely, like I said, I definitely got that one. We did it when they first moved into the house. And then when they were at school, he sneaks up and opens the window. And then, they really go close in on her skirt flying up when he opens the window and catches that breeze going in,
Yeah, it's like the whole frame. He's like, wow, they really wanted to focus on that, huh?
Yeah, Asian guys, they sexy, It's just like,
Oh my god!
I mean, doesn't that just tell you everything you need to know about the people who made the show? That fucking theme song or that ending theme, bunch of fucking creeps.
oh god,
Like, yeah, ghost stories, schoolgirl panties, yeah, so cool.
I hate that ending song. I hate it so much.
I hate both, but that might be worse than the opening.
I never
Just
really paid
because of that
attention.
sexy.
I never really paid attention to the opening song all that much. I mostly just skipped through it. But
like I said, it makes you feel like you're about to watch Asian Brats. At first, like, what the hell?
Yeah, it's so fluffy and light and just kind of nothing.
Everybody's in
the
the field
lyrics
standing
don't
by
make
each
any
other,
fucking sense.
posing. You know what I'm saying? Like, what the hell is this? They show the cat, and it's like ghost stories. I'm like, what the fuck? I'm like, this thing is not what the content suggests. You know what I'm saying? It's just,
it's like, did they even try? Did they even try to make a coherent song out of that?
I've noticed that with so many anime though, where the themes don't make sense to the show.
you don't
Like this is probably one of the most egregious examples, but I've noticed it before. Usually, it's more often than not the ending theme. It's just like, what are these? The Japanese James Camerons?
Look, I gotta say this. Attack on Titan, once again, people, I don't know how people feel about the ending theme, or at least the initial ending theme, but
I think a lot of the Attack on Titan ones were kind of shitty pop songs from memory.
But that one that they initially ended with it seemed like the kids were like singing or harmonizing. It was weirdly creepy with the imagery they were showing at the end of the show. It was oddly,
yeah, it wasn't terrible.
It was oddly creepy, like with the whole thing and how everything was starting to unfold with the show, and then with that ending theme song with the kids kind of, I'm just like, it's weirdly creepy. You know what I'm saying? It's just kind of like, wow, did they do that on purpose to really kind of put this like little creepy, mysterious vibe on it? And it's kind of like, I don't know. It's like, again, like one of the, it's like, I like stuff like that. And just like in Record of Ragnarok, where they kind of had that whole little twisted version of London Bridge is falling down, with Jack the Ripper. It was just like, Jesus Christ. I'm like, man, like that, like what a really sick version to play at the end of that. I like shit like that. But that shit right there for ghost stories, it just
didn't make sense.
The only way it did is because of the whole, I guess if anything, I think theme songs kind of center in. I think sometimes where it doesn't make sense to people is that where some people feel like, and I agree with you, the whole theme should like be about like the whole thing, but sometimes it's about the individual person's feelings in the overall situation. And so maybe it was about the girl and like her conflicts, not having her mother around, and kind of connecting to her mother through this book and through this situation with these demons, you know what I'm saying, and ghosts and everything like that. You know, and maybe it's more about, and maybe that opening theme is more about her than more about the whole situation.
If there's any way to make it make sense, yeah, that's the only thing I can think of.
Because thinking about the lyrics, in which you said, you know, I'm thinking that maybe it's about her. I forget where her name is in this show.
Yeah, I've been trying to remember for the last hour, and I can't remember.
No, okay, no. And I apologize, folks. The song that the demon was playing on the piano was Fur Elise, not Green Sleeves. Sorry.
Yeah, and I agree with you too. God damn it.
Sorry. Green
It was some
Sleeves.
classical nonsense.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Green
So in the
Sleeves.
version you watched, was the kid with like the only kid that actually had lips? Was he Jewish in that too? I'm gonna say no.
No, I was like the kid. I remember.
Because yeah, they made a
Well,
big
I
point of
mean-
him being Jewish in the English dub.
Well, I mean,
Wow.
giving that character lips like that'd be like saying Usopp from One Piece is Jewish.
That's true.
Because Usopp had the same types of lips in that show, but the thing is, his counterpart in the live action version of One Piece is black.
Whoa, whoa! I've been meaning to see that, but once again, see, I guess you guys are right, and I'm just here to kind of impart some notes here, real quick. That yeah, I do remember the whole scene about the kid that was trying to get out of the role that he had. He definitely didn't have these standout lips or anything like that. But he was just trying to get out of. He was just trying to get out of the role and trying to dump it off on one of the kids, so one of the kids from the group and everything like that, trying to get him to do it. Because it seemed like their spirit was like, was like taking out anybody, try to break up the fucking play or whatever, or the production and shit like that. So that was the main thing. There was definitely nothing standing about his lips or definitely being Jewish. Wow, that's so.
Wait, did they add that? Like, he was one of the main group.
Say again.
One of like the kid that was part of the main group, the kind of nerdy kid. He didn't have like.
He didn't have big Jewish looking.
Is big Jewish lips a thing? I've never heard of that. But he had defined. He was the only character that like actually had lips in the show.
Maybe I need to look.
The kid with the glasses and the hat.
Yeah,
I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna go back and look again. I swear, I'm gonna go back
because it stood out just because. Pretty much the only time I've ever seen lips like that in anime is usually unfortunate representations like Mr. Popo in Dragon Ball Z.
No, kid with hat and glasses. Nope. I'm looking at him. No big full lips.
Really?
Weird. Yeah, really. Like baseball hat, right?
Yeah, and glasses.
Yeah. Like because I see an image of him right now with them. The little kid holding holding the cat, of course. The girl, the two girls with the book. So old boy on one side, and then the other kid on the other. He's holding these cards and whatnot, or these pictures and whatnot, and yeah, no big lips, at least from what I can see.
What? Hold on a minute.
Well, they may not be big.
This is a conspiracy.
But the lips are noticeable.
No,
because they're drawn as lips, unlike
like
anyone else who just has like a line or whatever for a mouth.
They look like everybody else's, really. If unless I'm not really getting the gist of what you're saying, but I feel like. Okay, let me see. If I'm trying to take a look at this one picture. Let me see.
Really help if I knew the character's name. Damn.
Like, put if you can you bring up an image to show me of the of the picture, or at least the image that you're seeing that makes you feel that way, so that maybe I can say, okay, okay, now I get what you're saying, because maybe I'm just not connecting, like those lips aren't stand out to me, but we're seeing the same person still.
So his name is Leo. Hold on. Hey.
Yes, I see the lips.
They're definitely not like that.
Really?
They're definitely not like that. Not. I mean, maybe I need to watch them more in action, possibly. But from what I can see, they're definitely not like that.
Because like every picture I'm pulling up is that. Like even in this one.
I'm trying to I'm trying to get to a scene where I can see his face. But yeah, I definitely didn't get those lips like that.
Yeah, like literally every picture I'm pulling up.
Okay.
Yes. Like yeah, he's the only one that actually has lips. That's why it stood out so much.
That is really stark. And I'm just hold on. Let me take another look.
I don't know if they're big Jewish lips, as you say. This thing I've never heard of, but
yeah. I mean, I heard you guys mention, Jewish. So I was just like, okay. I didn't know.
yeah, his parents is like, oh, you can't go out too late at midnight. Oy.
Oy vey.
Oi, konnichiwa, oi.
Exactly. I think that's one of the great things about it. I'm like, do they even have Jews in Japan? Maybe I'm being ignorant, but I've never heard of such a thing.
Yeah. Migration,
Really?
maybe?
I mean, like Jewish Japanese people, though.
I mean, maybe.
Maybe.
I mean, conversion, maybe. I mean,
Hmm.
I know the majority of Japanese people are mostly Buddhist, but
Yeah, because they kicked those Catholic motherfuckers out.
Whoa, okay. Jesus
What?
fucking Christ. Okay, sorry guys.
What?
My apologies. Yeah, they really are stark like that. I never really. But it's like it's like what I'm seeing right now is different. It's different than the certain joints I would usually see. It's like once they get to a certain angle and things like that, they just seem different. It's just, wow. I never realized.
Because it's an odd choice. I'm like, why? Like, why just him? Why is he the only one?
But see,
It's something you very rarely see in anime, but it does happen occasionally.
Yeah,
just
yeah.
For seemingly no reason.
Yeah, I know. Like I mentioned, there was that character in One Piece called Usopp. He had the same lips.
But it was like the changes in the way in the way it does at certain scenes and whatnot. It's just is also very curious too. What I'm noticing, it's like from it's like just in that moment, in those few seconds that I was watching, from scene to scene, it would say the lip look would change in certain situations. It was weird just in those few seconds.
So like sometimes they didn't bother as much, and other times it was like just like damn,
really pronounced,
aggressive lip. Yeah,
really pronounced, and then other times it just looked kind of way regular. It's just like and then like it's like the graphics. It's like the graphics were really kind of different on it. It's like because at first it was really basic looking when they first met up in the old school. It was really basic looking. And then it changed, got way better when they were going around the corner and met one of the first demons or whatever. When the first Ghost, it got really good looking. You know what I'm saying? Even when they were going around the corner, it was just like, wow, this is really weird. This is really weird right now. I know I kind of noticed it before, but it was like, but when you kind of mentioned the lips thing and seeing how it adjusted, I think this what kind of threw me off, honestly. Uh-oh.
Holy.
What happened? Hey, what happened?
What happened?
Oh,
I was just thinking about poor Leo.
Oh my God. What's...
Charles?
What? Oh, no, it doesn't say that, Giovanni.
Wait, it doesn't?
No, it clearly says Dick Turpin.
If I squint. What you doing on my highway, mother liquor? Trying to think of my favorite episode of Ghost Stories. I'll probably have to say the episode in the snow was one of my favorites.
Oh, that chant they did in the snow.
What was it? We go with the snow that is not, that isn't, we go with the snow that's not yellow.
Yeah, something like that, yeah. We go with the snow that is not yellow. Yeah.
Yeah. Spell.
Oh my God. I also like the part where that girl, like every time she talks about the blood in the leg, she goes, ah!
Yes.
Starts screaming.
So what's up with the blood leg? And just in the background, ah! That got me every fucking time too.
Oh man. Oh, what the hell?
There was one weird little exchange where, like, it was when they sort of first met the ghost girl, and she asked, "Damn it, I just had this open. She asked the main female character a question, and she's like, "I don't know. All you little yellow people look the same to me. Also black people, but not Mexicans. Why do you think that is?" And then it's just this weird little thing.
Oh man.
Many such instances in this show. Just odd little exchanges.
The stuff that they talk about in this show, it's just I can't even fucking repeat it. It's just like, what the hell?
Like the amount of times someone would say, like, one of the dudes would say something, and then one of the chicks just offhandedly would say, "I don't know, fag." just call them a fag. Well, not even respond, just call them a fag.
When she went to get like her hair worked on, when she went to the hairdresser, like that was
and the headless rider episode.
The headless rider episode.
Yeah.
And the hairdresser said something about someone being a hag, and the main character said rhymes with fag. Like, what the fuck?
Like, there's a bunch of, like, I'm trying to think, like, there's certain things in this show I'm not even sure if you could have really gotten away with at the time. If it wasn't in this kind of format, just a random dub. Well, yeah, 2005 you probably could have, but it took me back to such a better time when you can just make jokes, just say whatever is fucking funny.
Yeah,
it's so good. Just anything and everything. Does it sound funny? Fuck it, say it.
Yeah, I know. Oh my god.
More often than not, it worked.
Yeah. Oh man. I am so happy that I watched this show because it was just so funny to watch.
It's one I'm definitely gonna hold on to it because I feel like it's something I can just At some point, I'll just throw on, just watch again,
Yeah,
just watch an episode from or something.
yeah.
Because
Oh
they're
man,
like because it is so rapid fire with everything. Like there's so much you're forgetting as well.
yeah.
It
Oh,
moves fast, and
and the episode where the ghost lady, the one where Imanajaku said like, "Run, she's a ghost, ain't a bitch."
yeah,
When they were doing the ritual, and she said the thing, Heil.
that's right. Yeah, I think that was. Wait, oh wait, no, it was. It was the thing I was thinking of that was censored. I think that was saying "fuck Satan" over and over again,
I don't
which
remember
was.
them saying that. I don't,
I
because what
think it
I
was.
watched
I
wasn't
think it was a
censored.
different episode,
Yeah.
or was it that? Did they say it repeatedly?
What I watched was not censored, and I don't remember them saying that at all in any of the episodes.
Hmm.
Yeah.
So I remember there was definitely like maybe it was that one, and I'm just like replacing Satan, Hitler with Satan. Did they say it repeatedly?
No, they only said it once.
Okay, now the scene I'm thinking of was they were doing some kind of. I think it was the episode where she got with the. Oh, fuck, what episode was it? I don't know. They were doing some kind of ritual, and it was just like it. They said the same thing over and over again, and the first word was always censored. They
What
said it like
episode
six
number was
times.
this?
Uh, fuck, I could have sworn it was because you're talking about the one like within the school, right, where she joins like the little cult of Satanists or whatever,
Yeah,
like
the
the
girls
group of.
that were trying to like get like do spells to like improve their situation, I guess.
Yeah, I thought it was that episode, but maybe not.
Ghost stories.
Because yeah, that's what I was thinking. Because they censored one word specifically every time they said it, and I figured it was "fuck" because yeah, later on, then they stopped censoring "fuck." It was like okay, they just stopped caring after a certain point.
It might have been that episode because let's see. Trying to remember. Uh
Unless it was Heil Hitler, and they were just censoring Heil every time.
Maybe.
'Cause, yeah, it was definitely something said like repeatedly, like at least a few times, kind of thing.
Yeah, but they only said that once. They didn't say it multiple times.
Okay, must have been something different then, because
Yeah.
this was for sure more than once. It was like a chant they had going. Because yeah, even when you said like they said Heil Hitler, it rang a bell. So it must have been something different.
Yeah, I don't remember them ever censoring anything in this show.
So many different fucking versions out there.
Hmm.
Serious versions, the English version, the somewhat censored English version, the uncensored English version. That makes shit easy. I still think it's weird that Crunchyroll didn't have the Japanese version as an option.
Yeah, I'm looking at Crunchyroll right now, and yep, it only has the dubbed version.
That's peculiar. Just must have been, I don't know, must have been more expensive to get both, I guess.
Maybe. I'm not sure. But I'm just happy that it had the dubbed version so I could watch it.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm intrigued about the Japanese, but I'd be surprised if it's going to be if it's going to be better.
I don't think it would be.
Because like with the comedy version, not only is it hilarious, but you still at least get a sense of the creepiness throughout. Like there's still certain imagery and stuff that's just like god damn, like for an animated show, that's some well done shit. The Japanese definitely know how to make creepy horror stuff.
Yes, they do.
I liked how they kept referencing like, isn't this is like the fourth time we've ripped off The Ring, right? What Japanese horror movie are we ripping off this week?
Yeah, I mean,
I think there's only so many legends, really.
yeah, I mean, they ripped off like a lot of like stuff, not just the Ring, but they made references to a lot of other stuff as well. Like I think they made a reference to Nightmare on Elm Street as well.
Yeah, that does sound familiar. And
Um,
I can't think of it. There was definitely like just watching it. There was a couple other things where it's just like this is reminiscent of insert Japanese movie here. Like I think there was something that made me think of the movie Dark Water at some point.
Dark Water.
I don't know. There was a bunch. Dark Water is a woman and her kid move into an apartment building, and like the seal, like they start getting like random water damage and stuff that seems to be coming from nowhere,
Mm,
and yeah, sort of goes. It's a very creepy movie. It was a cool movie. One I haven't seen. I think they remade it as well. I'm sure they did, but I'm fairly sure they remade it at some point. It was one of those movies I remember seeing like late night when I was youngish and just be like, "This is fucking terrifying." Just something about the way the Japanese do horror. When it's really good, goddamn, there's almost nothing better as far as actually being creepy and scary.
okay. Let's see. Hmm. Yeah.
Let's see what else we got here.
Yeah. I'm trying to remember the rest. Let's see. Trying to remember the rest of the episodes. There was yeah. Let's see. Gotta get up here for a second. I apologize, folks. I know we're having a little bit of dead air here.
How'd the dance go again? It was just kind of
Well,
shuffling.
I'm not on camera,
I don't
so
know.
I
That's why I'm trying to. It was just pretty much this, right?
yeah, it was pretty much that. Yeah, dead air, dead air, dead
Yeah.
air.
I feel like there was a hand movement to it.
No, there wasn't a hand movement.
I was just shuffling the shoulders from side to
Yeah,
side.
shuffling the shoulders. Yeah, absolutely. But no, it's
Now I
just
feel
like
like I'm in an asylum.
yeah,
In my chair, like, Damian needs his medication again.
yeah. But no, with Ghost Stories, I mean, I thought it was a great anime. I mean, with the English dubbed version, that is. And for anyone in the audience who is interested in checking out Ghost Stories, I definitely recommend that you watch the English version and not the Japanese version. The English version is definitely the definitive version because it is the funny version. From what I've heard, the Japanese version is mediocre at best.
Little bit of research I did about it, like just mostly just looking at some Reddit comments and stuff like that. Like pretty much for every 10 people saying, the English dub is the best way to watch it, you'd have one person saying, "Fuck that, Japanese dub." So it definitely seems like opinion goes much more towards the English dub as being the superior version.
Yes, absolutely.
And
But
especially if you like early 2000s / late 90s like un-PC comedy.
oh yeah,
Sorry, guys.
oh yeah, it's all
good.
good. It's all good.
So where are we with this now? Because well, I'm in a whole nother universe and shit. So
Yeah. All right. So, Damien, do you think we have anything else to discuss about Ghost Stories, or do you think we should move on to something else?
Yeah, I think we're pretty good, but yeah, recommended. The
All right,
English
yeah,
dub.
definitely recommend it. Definitely check out Ghost Stories, and I think we're good on that front. So let's jump in to. Do you want to do Invincible or Dick Turpin next?
Um, I guess go Invincible. Why not?
Let's go Invincible. Yeah, I just finished Invincible last night, so it's still pretty fresh in my head.
Were you like me? Did you watch the end of the finale and look up to see if there was another episode?
No, I did not. I saw that it was going to be the finale.
Because I watched it, I was like, motherfucker, you're not gonna be like that, right? There's got to be at least one more. Like, no, that was the finale. It's like, ah, fuck.
Yeah.
I knew. It's like I knew it, but I didn't want it to be true.
Yeah, I'm kind of irritated that it's the finale, but I'm like, it's probably going to get renewed.
I think it was renewed for 3 back when they renewed for 2. But I did saw something from Robert Kirkman at some point saying it's not going to be anywhere near as big a wait between 2 and 3.
Oh yeah, probably not. I mean, I'm excited for season 3. I'm really looking forward to what they're going to do with it. Although I was kind of impatient, and I kind of looked into like where the story might go by looking at the like Image Comics, like Invincible section of it, to see like where things went in the Invincible comics. I don't know if they're going to go the same direction in the show, but I went to see where things went in the comics. And if they follow the comics to a T, things might get interesting.
Well, from what I gather, I haven't looked into it just because I don't want to know, just in case. But from what I gather, they've been sticking pretty damn close to the original story.
I mean, so far things are somewhat similar, but they're not exact.
Okay, so changing things here and there.
Yeah, they're following close enough, but they're not like shot for shot exact same. It's not.
Okay.
Okay, my bad. I'm sorry for being a little. I'm just trying to get. Let me see.
I'll be back in 2 seconds.
Alrighty.
Yo, no problem.
Alrighty. So, let's see. Let's start with. Let's see. Did Mark end up going to that bug planet at the end of part 1 of season 2, or was it the beginning of part 2 of season 2?
Because he had the initial confrontation with his father. Because that was. Because let me see. I'm trying to. Because it all kind of coincides. Because I know he was still dealing with some, there was still, of course, the fallout. There was still a fallout to be dealt with after everything had happened between those two to start season 2. And then, let me see. Let me just see here. Trying to get there, but I'm trying to make sure that I get my. How can I put this? Yeah, it's more along the time because it connects into the time where he sort of deals with the other Darkwing at that point, and then it kind of basically he kind of gets led out there to that. So I'm thinking it's like within the first couple of episodes and whatnot, within at least the first few.
Okay.
Because I would definitely say it was definitely after he took on after he took on the second Darkwing and whatnot, and was dealing with some other stuff to where he was eventually working with Cecil and I'm saying, but then he had something else go on and he was eventually led out there to this planet where he actually finally realized that it was about his father and shit like that. Because it was like the guy, it was like the bug that made himself look like his favorite childhood superhero.
Yeah, the flying dog, whatever his name was.
Oh, it was a dog. It wasn't a fox. Okay, it was a dog. Okay.
No, it was a dog. Yeah, a dog with a cape and shit.
Yeah, so yeah, and that's so I would probably say it was in the first few episodes where he, so where he was led, where he was basically sort of like led into basically meeting with his father at that point.
It would have been, must have been episode 2, I feel, because I feel like he spent a little while there.
I would say by honestly, I would say
Or
about
maybe
four.
like midway 3,
I would say about 4 or 5 because he
because
had dealt with.
4 was the finale of the first half of the season. So it had to have been at the latest somewhere in 3, I guess.
Let me see.
Because I feel like he spent more than one episode there. Like
Because see,
one and a
because
half,
see,
maybe.
because see, in 4, okay, because like I say, at least because that's what I want to do now. Is that's why I'm trying to pull up the Wikipedia, so we can know where we are with that. So what they say in flashbacks, Noah flew aimlessly through space after abandoning Earth while contemplating suicide at a black hole. Instead, he saved a Thraxan ship, being pulled into it, and was made the ruler. And the present marks lingering anger towards Nolan's worse when he learns of Nolan's. Okay, so it was 4. Fucking shit. Okay. Okay. So it was about 4. My bad. All right.
So was it? So it must have been the end of 3 when he got to the planet. Then it was like, "Hey, son." Like, oh shit.
But see, when I looked at that title at 5, on episode 5, this must come as a shock. It sort of made me feel like that's kind of what he said when he first saw him. You know what I mean?
I think, yeah, I think that is what he said.
Yeah. So that's why it was kind of weird for me to see it in episode 5 because it was like when he first saw him, when he got to the planet, he realized the ruler that was summoning him there and whatnot for his help was his father. And I think he sort of like said it then. So that's why I'm kind of like, it must have been 5, around 4 or 5 then, because you know this must come as a shock. You know what I'm saying? He said that to one thing when they first saw each other. I think. You know.
Yeah,
So
because
that's
I think most of the other episodes are after quotes from that exact episode,
you would think, right? Yeah. So that's kind of
especially
where.
like the last episode.
So it was like, yeah. So that's kind of where. But my bad. So my bad for kind of, 'cause I kind of felt like that is kind of really kind of connected me to that. Like it must have been then, but I knew it was sooner because I realized I really thought I was off of that. But I guess you guys were right. So I think my mistake was that not that I didn't watch it. I don't think I watch the whole thing. Oh yeah. Okay. No, we're good. I think overall we're good. Okay. No problem.
Yeah,
No problem.
it's like it's so weird watching it in 2 halves, especially when each half is only 4 episodes.
Yeah. I
It's
thought I
just like why split it up like that? If you're only coming back for another 4,
and I
just
was
run it through.
and I was so nervous because I'm like, damn, I'm so off it. Am I gonna be able to did I not see this season? Like it got to a point where like, did I not see this season? I'm so off of this. Like I'm not gonna be able to talk about this. I've hardly seen any of the content. I'm like, what the hell's going on with me right now? I'm like, okay, I'm good. I'm good. I'm like, I did see most of season 2. I'm like, okay, I'm good. I'm totally good. I'm like, my God, man. So you watch so much shit and everything, like not so much shit, but you watch so much content and good entertainment stuff and everything like that. And sometimes you just don't think that you really watched as much as you watched, but pretty good though.
Yeah, I get that sometimes. It's like even though it's all different, it all kind of blows together. You're like, I finished a season of something. I know that for sure. Was it the season of this? Was it both?
But sometimes it's so weird. It's like I'm sitting here and I was looking into Netflix and you know, you happen to come up in one of the things that one of the choices and whatnot, and they were acting like they don't remember. It was like, has it been that long since we first reviewed you? Has it been that long?
It's Yeah, it's been a while.
But like what? Within several months to a year, right?
Probably about a year-ish, because thinking like we've done 6 seasons of Justified, 7 seasons of The Shield,
Dark.
3 seasons of Deadwood. Actually, no, Deadwood might have been before. That was before the Switch, actually.
Uh,
Yeah, I would say it's probably been close to a year, though.
I didn't think it was
Ish.
that. I didn't think it was that
Maybe
long.
more.
I didn't think it was that long to where because that's what we were talking about for. Well, I mean, that was like the first thing like that we were doing together, and everything
Yeah,
like that.
because we did it when season 4 was coming out. I think we did the first 3 and then watched 4 when it got released. I think.
I think so. I
If I,
think
like
so.
I think anyway.
But it was like but it's like they didn't remember. It was like they didn't remember like that we were watching that show and we were reviewing the show and I was actually watching the show. Like it wasn't like I wasn't watching it on my on my MacBook personally. I was watching it on the TV. And everybody else was able to see it for sure. So because at that point I really only had Netflix like on the TV because it was like on the TV, so
Yeah.
it was just like the TV that we had. I really gotta go ahead and cash in on my insurance for. But anyway, but it's like you just go right to Netflix, no problem. And so like you sit there and just watch it. So it's like I wasn't always by myself when I watched it. So they definitely got a chance to see some of it at least. So and I definitely talked about it because it was an interesting show to talk about and everything, like of course. So I don't know. Like wow, people just don't remember. It's like Twilight Zone a little bit. It's like you don't actually remember me watching and reviewing this show. This is like one of the first ones I did with these guys, and everything like that.
I don't think it was. What? No, it wasn't the first one. Had to have been something before that.
Because this was accompanied by because we did other things to replace it, but this was initially accompanied by We Have a Ghost.
Ah, yes, your
oh,
favorite movie.
oh, damn it! I'm never gonna hear the end of this, am I?
That wasn't for you though, because I didn't give the brunt of my displeasure of that to you. Because I didn't think it was you who really he was the one who spearheaded it. I thought, but and acted like it wasn't that bad of a movie. But I'm just like, man, it was shit. But you know what I'm saying. But I had to give him credit that you really turned out to be because, like I said, normally I don't go for that type of shit. Normally that type of shit I don't go for, but that was actually interesting. It was actually an interesting show.
All
I,
right.
but
Look, I mean, look,
what?
we watched the movie. It's over. It's done with. It's gone. It's out of our memory. Well, not out of our memories, but I mean, it's in the past. It is what it is.
Oh, by the way, can we say that that Nolan's that Nolan at that point new wife and child put him way really separated him from like being a certain version of Superman? Do we feel like that? Because I feel like that. I don't know
You
if
mean
I
you
don't know if
saying
Superman.
Superman would never fuck bug people?
I don't think so. I don't think he will.
Yeah, nah. I don't think Superman's freaky like that. I could be wrong. I haven't read everything, but
I
doesn't
just
strike me as the kind of guy who's just like, you know what? I'm gonna dump a load in bug lady.
yeah, I don't see it. What do you think, Charles?
Um, you know what? No, I don't see it. I mean, when I saw the episode where he was doing the tongue tango with the bug
Oh,
lady.
It's like I get that you're introducing me to your new wife, Dad, but do you have to do that? right in front of me.
Yeah. He was doing the tongue tango with his new wife in front of his son and his new son.
Fucking Mark's just standing there like, "Aw."
It's just like, I'm like, wait, hold up a second.
Can that still be? Is that still considered bestiality?
I mean, it's something.
Humanoid bugs? Is that still considered bestiality?
I'm talking gibberish at this point. I don't fucking know.
I mean, to quote the guy who banged the donkey in, banged the donkey in Clerks 2, it's interspecies erotica, fucko.
Well, there you go. Well, there you go.
Unexpected Clerks 2 reference.
And an answer. And an actual answer. I mean, that worked both ways. You know, it was irreverent and funny, and it actually gave an answer to the question. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Interspecies erotica, fucko. You know what I'm saying? I mean, all right. There we have it, folks. So
I still say one of the best lines in that entire movie is when they're in the jail cell and he just looks up and says, "I miss my donkey," and then he just sighs.
That sounds like a poor porn. That sounds like a poor porn version of Shrek.
Except thankfully, Shrek never spit in his palm. Did unspeakable things.
Yeah. Oh man, I need to see Clerks 2 again. That was a great movie.
It really is.
Yeah.
But yeah, I definitely feel like that separates. You know what I'm saying? That I'm not sure if it separates him from Homelander, but that definitely
No. Homelander would definitely fuck a bug lady.
But
that guy's a freak.
Yeah.
Well, when you're genetically modified and genetically created, I guess, you know, you don't really have a soul, I guess, right? You know, I guess it's kind of accepted that you don't really have a soul when you're kind of, you know, manufactured in a way, you know, so
but almost lab grown kind of.
So yeah, I think you're devoid of a soul. So I think we're kind of just I don't know. I think there's not a separation when it comes to, I mean, yeah, you pretty much have to be Superman to separate yourself from Homelander, pretty much, you know, because it's almost like there's nothing that he won't do. So it's like it's like you have to be Superman. So, but let me see. So that definitely.
Speaking of which, I think The Boys and House of the Dragon, I think, are both coming back roughly the same time in June, I think. Something to add to the schedule.
More possible content, but let me see. The Boys. But wow. But I mean, so, and that show really is as because I heard about the comics or the graphic novels of you know, of The Boys. Is it really as the comic is go hard? So is it really as?
Oh yeah, like no, the show is as wild as the show is. It's very toned down from what they do in the comics.
Oh, okay.
The comics are fucking nuts.
Yeah, because that's definitely what I heard, that the fucking comics are real hardcore. So I'm just like,
yeah, no, I read through it all in two parts over the last year, and yeah, nuts. I read through all 50 something issues, whatever it was, 60 something, and yeah, nuts.
The amounts of just straight out sexual assault, assaults masked as hazing or pranks in the comics. It's just like, wow, did they really do that shit on the show? It's like Jesus Christ.
Well, I'll put it this way. In the show, remember when Starlight? Yeah, Starlight.
Yeah.
When she almost had to blow fucking the Deep to get into things. In the comics, she actually did blow. I think it was Homelander, the Deep, and someone else. I think.
Wow.
And it was sort of like this, kind of dirty secret she was keeping, and not a dirty secret, but like to her it was like this dirty secret, but it's like no, that's a crime.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. So I was like, I was kind of wondering, like, wow. I was like, because it almost like it kind of gave me conflict though, because I kind of don't want to feel like, man, am I into weird shit like that? You know what I'm saying? I don't want to feel like I'm into weird shit like that. Where it's like even superheroes are doing this shit. You know what I'm saying? It's just like, but real quick, if I hadn't done it before, I want to make sure while we're doing this particular, at least speaking on this and Invincible right now, I want to re-recommend again if I haven't already. And if I haven't, I want to recommend it now. All superheroes must die.
You've definitely told me about it. It's on my list for sure. It's probably gotten a bit buried by all the many things I had to my list, but it's definitely on there.
I highly recommend it. It's, again, I'm going to warn you, it's a little bit to get settled into. Like when you see the way it overall looks, the camera, you know what I'm saying, the camera lens, the way they're filming it, and the overall environment is, you got to settle into that. But there's a real story there, I feel like. And I think if you can just kind of, because I'm not going to say it's perfect, but it's just James Remar in there, and there's the guy who would eventually play MacGyver, the new MacGyver reboot. You know what I'm saying? At one, so he's in this movie also. There's a couple other people that I probably should have looked up and mentioned, but to me, I'm always big on, story as grit. I always loved Night on Elm Street because it was fucking just the grittiness and just the realness of it. Just made it, even what people might say the low budgetness of it, it just made it great for me. It made it fucking like real for me. And, you know what I'm saying? In a way, and so I kind of like that type of shit. So
wait, so is that what you mean with this? It's like it's got a low budget feel, or it's more like it's got a unique visual feel, or both?
Both. It could be argued one way or the other, is what I'm saying. Like sometimes I try not to overanalyze everything so much. So it kind of takes me away from really being able to definitively say, is it really, really low budget, or is it really making it look like something kind of weird and but it's still on a bit of a limited budget. But they did make it, you could, like I say, once you see it, you can really tell me what you think and how it just plays out with the story. Is the story and what they did and the acting and everything stronger than how much better it could have been, I guess. Because I'm not going to completely.
I think Stone froze.
I thought it was me. Thank God. It's not me for once.
Yeah.
I expected to look up and see myself at a different point on the screen.
Yep. All right. Let's see. All right. So what was Stone talking about before he froze?
The movie All Superheroes Must Die.
Okay. I'm not sure what that is. I've never heard of it.
We've talked about it at some point. I think it was a while ago. I'm just adding it to my list again now.
Superheroes.
God knows how deep it's buried in this fucking thing.
All superheroes must die. Huh. Oh, Lucas Till was in the movie.
Who?
Lucas Till.
Name kind of rings a bell.
He was in the more recent X-Men movies, such as X-Men First Class, He was in X-Men Days of Future Past briefly. He was in X-Men Apocalypse. He played Cyclops' older brother.
Is it Till like TILL?
Yeah, TILL. Yeah.
Still, because yeah, I haven't seen any of the X-Men movies beyond The Last Stand. I've wanted to for a while. I had bought a few of them. I just haven't gotten around to actually watching them yet.
Yeah.
Like the prequel ones, are they worth watching? Or the yeah, they're prequels. Yeah,
X-Men First Class was a decent movie. It wasn't the best movie ever, but it was all right. Days of Future Past was awesome. I really liked it. X-Men Apocalypse was it was okay. And then the movie that came out after that, I can't remember the name of it. I think it was called Dark Phoenix or something. Um, that was, I want to say, from what I've heard about it, because I've never seen the movie, you're probably best avoiding it.
it's just kind of meh.
Yeah, I've heard
Okay,
nothing. I've heard nothing but bad things about it.
Lucas Till is the guy Stone was talking about that is currently playing or was playing MacGyver. I don't know if that's still going.
No, the MacGyver show is done. It's over.
Oh, okay.
It ended after like 3 seasons, I think.
Because how do you top that guy whose name I somehow still forget?
Richard Dean Anderson.
Thank you.
Yep.
He was
Richard Dean
part of my
Anderson.
childhood, but I can never. His name just never comes to me.
Yeah, Richard Dean
Fucking annoys me.
Anderson was MacGyver. He was in Stargate SG-1.
Yeah,
But he retired from acting because of health problems.
yeah. I remember you saying that. I was like, God damn, that sucks.
Now it's not like he's like dying or anything. It's just
No, it makes things difficult.
yeah. I think it has something to do with his leg. Like he has a bum knee, so he's not able to like move around as much as he used to, and just he can't do action scenes anymore. He can't. He's just too old. So he was like, "Well, I mean, I can either do movies where I can sit down, or I just retire." And
It's like,
he elected to retire. And I'm like, "Well, hell, he had a good run. I say,
yeah,
more power to him."
had a great career, like some
Yeah,
iconic roles. Like,
yeah. Which
yeah,
a little sidetrack here. The Stargate franchise is owned by Amazon now because
hmm,
Amazon acquired MGM, which
hmm.
owns the Stargate IP. So Amazon, of course, by association, owns Stargate, and they've owned Stargate for years now, and they still haven't done anything with it.
Because the last series was Universe.
Yes. Well, actually, no, technically not. The last series that they did was called Stargate Origins, which was a web series that was exclusive to their now defunct Stargate stream themed streaming service that they tried to do. I can't even remember the name of the Stargate streaming service, but they tried to do one, and they had a TV series that was exclusive to it called Stargate Origins that focused on that woman, that old woman from the Stargate movie that came out in '94, and it was a younger version of her that traveled to the desert planet from that movie, and she interacted with one of the natives of that planet, and she also had a soldier go with her to that planet, and they were dealing with some of Ra's forces on the planet, and they tried to make it back to Earth.
Okay,
It was not a well received show. Like the show was not good, and like the quality was not very good at all. And
that's a fucking.
Most of the Stargate fan base try to pretend that it never even existed.
It's a bold move to do a Stargate-specific streaming service.
Yeah, it didn't
Like
last.
I know it. Like I know it's got a dedicated fan base, but imagine
Yeah,
most of that fan base has pretty much everything they really want on DVD and such.
yeah. But no, the purpose of that streaming service was to pretty much have all kinds of Stargate related content. It was going to have all the Stargate SG-1 shows. It was going to have all of Stargate Atlantis, all of Stargate Universe. It was going to have all the Stargate movies. Stargate 1994, Stargate Arc of Truth, Stargate Continuum. It was going to have more Stargate direct to streaming movies. It was going to have more Stargate web series that they were going to do. It was going to have like docu series, documentaries related to Stargate. They were going to do all kinds of new Stargate content for the streaming service. But things kind of sort of collapsed in on itself, and the streaming service was forced to shut down after like 2 or 3 years.
Yeah, so it had an okay run.
Yeah,
Like
the stream it went down the same path as that DC Universe streaming service.
which
It lasted about 2 to 3 years, and then they were like, "Yeah, we can't keep this thing up anymore," and they shut it down.
yeah, I feel like the DC one pretty much it felt like it almost disappeared as soon as it appeared.
Yeah, and
Like
everything moved to HBO Max.
yeah, yeah, it's like I'm surprised that didn't work out for them. The DC one, like the Stargate one, it's cool that they tried that, but I would have been skeptical. Like if I was at the meeting, I would have been like, yeah, I don't know how well this is going to work.
Yeah,
Yeah, like you have to really like you'd
I
have to
mean,
really do your content
yeah,
properly.
Stargate has a dedicated fan base, but it is nowhere near on the same level as, let's say, Star Wars or Stargate or Star Trek.
No, like that's the thing. Like I don't know if it's enough to maintain an entire service around it. Like if someone was like, yeah, we're doing a Star Wars streaming service, I'm like, yeah, there'll be people. You'll get enough people. I feel
Yeah,
like that would probably work out all right.
yeah,
But
absolutely. But
yeah,
no, it's just like Amazon has like a literal cash cow on their hands right now, and that's the Stargate franchise. And it's like the fucking Field of Dreams movie. If they build it, they will come. Like
yeah,
they could literally make anything Stargate related, and they would have an entire influx of new Amazon Prime subscribers that would just be coming in droves to watch the new Stargate content. I promise you that. I mean,
like I've met.
I already have access to Amazon Prime, so I'm golden. But I mean, people would jump at the chance to watch new Stargate.
Yeah, like
People have been asking for new Stargate content for 20 years. It's
because what
been
like
about 20 years.
Universe was what, like that was early 2010s or maybe before.
It was 2010.
It was okay
The last season of Stargate Universe was 2010.
because that didn't last long if I remember right.
2 years.
Yeah,
It was
but
planned as a 5-year show, and they canceled it after season 2.
eh. I think that's why I didn't like. I watched the first episode and I enjoyed it. Just kind of lost track of it, and it's one of those things. I checked back in, it was canceled. I was like,
I watched it all the way to the end of the show, and I
Did
like.
it at least get some kind of ending? Like, did they know that we're going to be canceled, or is it just
Nope,
like,
it didn't get an ending. Basically, what happened is they were about to leave a galaxy that they were in, and they were going to go into the void in between galaxies, and that it was going to take 3 years to go through that galaxy, that void. Well, not 3 years, but it was gonna take like a well, actually, yeah, it was gonna take about 3 years, and they pretty much had to put everybody in stasis pods in the ship, and one of the stasis pods were broken, so one person had to stay to make sure everybody was okay in the stasis pod. So one person had to stay conscious during those 3 years. And the person who was going to stay conscious was going to be Eli. You remember Eli?
Was that the guy?
The fat kid, the kid guy.
Oh, okay, no.
The
I was
fat
thinking yeah.
kid guy person, whatever.
The fat kid guy person.
Yeah. Yeah. But
The fat kid guy person, the roly-poly boy.
yeah. So everybody went into stasis pods, and then Eli was like, after everybody was in stasis pods, Eli decided to walk the ship and just reminisce about everything that has happened over the past 2 years. And he decided to walk into the observation deck and watch like the hyperspace tunnel and everything. And the camera sort of like focused on him, and he just like stared out into the hyperspace tunnel, and he just started like smiling and just like looking at everything. His eyes kind of glazed over, and then he turned around and walked down the hallway. The doors closed, and then screen went to black, and then the credits started to roll. And that was the end of the episode, and that was the end of the series.
God damn it.
Yep. They did technically continue it in comic book form, but that's not considered canon. Yeah.
That's annoying. Like, it's good that it was continued, but
yeah.
God, that would have been a great opportunity for that dude, though. Just like, all right, these fuckers are going to be asleep for 3 years. I'm going to get super, like, ripped and fit and shit while they're all sleeping.
Yep,
they're gonna wake up and be like, "Who the hell are you?"
And I looked into like where are they now? The actors that from that show, the actor that played Eli, yeah, he lost all of that weight, and he actually is kind of buff now.
He did that in real life. That's awesome.
He did that in real life. Yeah. Oh man.
Yeah, fuck. They wake up, you're all super ripped and fit. He's like, "I'm the captain now."
Yeah, but no, if they try to revive the Stargate Universe show, like, I mean, I don't think any of them would be willing to come back because it's been too long. It's been what, like
14 years?
Yeah, 14 years. Like, there's no way that they get them to come back. There's no way.
And then, like, yeah, like the cast of SG-1 Atlantis, they probably all like they'd be getting up there now.
All right, there's no, like, with Stargate Atlantis, like, there's one actor that they could not get back no matter how hard they tried. Jason Momoa.
He was in that, really?
Yeah, he was.
I think I only ever saw like one episode of Atlantis. I don't know why. Like, I kind of lost track of Stargate towards the end of SG-1. They must have moved it to a different time slot or something.
Yeah.
Because I love that show for many years.
Sorry, guys.
That's all good.
Welcome back.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. My God, I totally spaced out on the on getting my charger. I got so into the damn show that I fucking forgot I need to fucking go and get my damn charger for the thing that damn drops on me. So did we get too far along on fucking Invincible?
No,
we started talking about Stargate.
Yeah.
All right. Because I want to ask you guys, man, like, what do you really, really make of the fucking Viltrumites, man? Like, what is it? Like, what is it really with them? Like, what are they really? Because it seems like it's more than just a military planet full of, like, you know what I'm saying, these super conquerors. It's like they want to fucking, like, make everything them also, or like eliminate everything else except them. Or so, I mean, what's the?
Well, it's. I thought I had a clear answer, but I don't. Like, I think I'm still trying to figure that out. Because
all I know is that Clancy Brown manages to voice one of them.
And yet another character in the final episode.
Yeah, I noticed that too. He also voiced that freaking mummy character.
Because when you've got Clancy Brown, like when you can call up Clancy Brown, give him as
God.
many voices as possible. He's so good, and
Yes, he
always.
is.
Oh God, let me do this now, so I can kind of just deal. Okay. Oh, that guy. Got it. Okay.
Wait, you didn't
Yeah,
know who
the
Clancy
jerk,
Brown was?
I didn't know his.
the jerk from Shawshank slash the preacher from Carnival slash Mr. Krabs slash many other things.
Yep, pretty much.
Yeah, the stepfather and fucking Pet Cemetery too. Awesome. It's fucking awesome there. And you know what I'm saying? And Private and the great Private that captured the brain bug in fucking Starship Troopers.
Yes.
Yes.
Come on, man. I mean, I didn't know his name. I didn't know his real name, but I mean, I knew that guy. I mean, come on. I did know that guy. Okay, but I'm sorry. I don't always grab on people's names.
Now that guy, like when I first started watching Carnival, and I sort of looked up what else he'd done, I'm like, oh shit, this is Mr. Krabs. I've known this guy for years. He's this fucking like sinister preacher kind of character guy. And then Shawshank, of course, which is probably around the same time.
But Charles, do you have any sort of takeaway? Like, because I thought at one point that I felt like Viltrum or whatever was more of like a, you know, sort of like a battle planet. You know what I'm saying? Essentially that can be, I guess, agreed upon overall. And it seemed like, I don't know, they didn't seem so much like a kingdom. Like they were trying to build more like a kingdom more than just, okay, we're trying to be the most powerful planet and, you know, in our universe or whatever. But they seem to be trying to create more like a kingdom. It would seem like even the whole thing of, so I mean, is it your take that it was okay for him to sort of like take in and mate with a human, but not with these wretched bugs? That was the thing, right? So they weren't pissed at him. They weren't pissed at him for knocking up a human, or were they?
I think the reason why they were angry at him for mating with the bug people is because
Yeah, they made it clear that the black guy, the black Viltrumite made it clear. You know, he pretty much made it clear what the issues were. You know, with that, he didn't mince words.
Well, it's because the humans look close to the appearance of the Viltrumites, and I think it's also because of genetic similarities.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And plus they're fucking disgusting. And you know, he made it very clear. You know what I'm saying, what the issues were. Yeah, there was science involved, but then there were also just ego and ew. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, it was that too.
Well, yeah,
so.
because Nolan did the tongue tango with the bug people.
No, I mean,
God knows what that bug pussy looks like.
Oh God.
Could look like a Sarlacc pit for all we know.
Yeah.
So I mean, and so then it was like, okay, so his definite purpose, I mean, of course, revealed was his definite purpose that he was to lock down planet Earth and everything like that. And so, I mean, so I guess he abandoned that plan for love, then didn't, and then not so much didn't, but so much almost destroyed the fucking Earth. You know what I'm saying? Being pissed at his son, and then kind of go to another place and become a peaceful, you know, loving ruler and things like that. And then here come, you know, his old family. And then, you know, that battle was pretty brutal and everything like that.
You pretty much turn up like, bro, the fuck?
I mean, it's just like, but I still come away from that shit like, what is the fucking purpose? You know what I'm saying? Like, what is it that you guys are trying to accomplish? You feel like you have not already accomplished already.
Like,
you know,
simple, subjugation of other planets seems too simple.
Seems like that's definitely what I'm getting. And they definitely
Because
so they
if it was
de-
just that, they could do it in a second. If that's all it was, one of them could, like, theoretically just go down, do it in a couple of days, if that was the ultimate goal. But that doesn't seem to be it.
and you really think it was his love for her that really stopped him from subjugating Earth?
No, it was Mark.
Yeah, I think it was Mark as well.
I mean, I think he's realizing that it was her as well, but initially it was his son.
Yeah.
That made
That
him
was
stop.
something completely new.
And then
Because
made him.
that's not just what do you call it, his pet. That's like that's his flesh and blood. Like, love for a woman is one thing to this guy. It could be just it could be just
So so what?
a glitch in my mind, but these feelings for this person who's my flesh and blood
So part of
really
the purpose.
fucking.
So was part of the purpose having a kid, or was that not part of
I
the
don't
whole
think so.
purpose?
No.
Definitely not part of the purpose. Okay.
Well, at least I don't think so, because we haven't seen any evidence of that elsewhere.
But there was so much logic behind the reason why he shouldn't. That there was no reason why he should have taken up with that. You know what I'm saying, with those humanoid bug things. You know what I'm saying, or bug speaking bugs. But they were more standing up and okay. That's why I say humanoid bug things. Whatever. But it's like.
Those wretched bugs.
But it was like because he makes the science references to it, so it's like it seemed like they really thought out, whether or not to take up with certain, what I'm saying, certain with beings on planets that they take over and whatnot. It certainly seemed like it's like something that they thought on. You know
It
what I
was like
mean?
like a class for Viltrumite kids was like 2 arms, 2 legs. Can you fuck it?
Or
Yes.
just,
All right, that's the right answer. Now, 4 arms, 4 legs. Can you fuck it? Yes. No. No, Billy. That's wrong. It's wrong.
but I could definitely say I feel like to do that would create more of a stronghold. If nothing else on that planet to be able to have another one, what I'm saying, another legacy created there to, to sort of like keep control of things there while they move on and subjugate other planets and everything like that.
Especially, like, given the supposed superiority, you would think, like, the Viltrumite side would come out on top, so theoretically that child would be easier to bring over to your side. You wouldn't really have to work at it so much. It's not like there's going to be a conflict there.
You wouldn't think so?
I'm just kind of trying to think of what their logic might be, like, or what the logic would be if you were thinking rationally. Just like, yeah, okay, you fucked the bug kid, but the bug kid is half you. The Viltrumite blood is superior, so yeah,
Okay.
we've got another foothold on this planet with Viltrumite blood.
And there wasn't any
I'll be back
differences
in a
with
few minutes, guys.
no problem
Yeah.
there. Because I mean, I did. Or was something I want to make sure I didn't miss. There wasn't any differences with that kid. Nothing that emerged later on, right?
Not that we've seen so far, no.
Okay. But he was a little.
Like, like he seems to be pretty much just a purple human being.
Okay, I just want to make sure. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So that was that. All right.
Yeah, he's a grape with human features.
Because because again, like I said, it got to the point where watching other stuff and processing other things and trying to and awaiting the rest of it, it was like, did I really see this other stuff? You know what I'm saying? Like did I? Felt like it did. But let's see.
I will say that like this show in general, like for an animated show, the emotional beats they fucking hit hard. They're very good at that.
Well, I think that because I think a lot about it too. I think about a lot of different sort of like sort of content, you know what I'm saying, based around that and based in different ways around like superheroes and things like that
Hmm.
because honestly, the typical superhero is not an alien from another planet. They're people they're usually crafted as people from Earth that have obtained their superpowers in some weird accidental way, you know what I'm saying, or form somehow and everything like that.
Yeah.
So at one point they were just real human beings living on Earth, so they still have those real Earth issues. There was real human issues, even though they have superpowers. And I think to kind of explore that, I think people started to see that on the horizon. I think that's why Smallville. That's why they tried their best to do Smallville and everything like that. You
Like
know,
to really show how like yeah, he's an alien, but he grew up like a human.
yeah, to at
He
least try
had
to,
all the problems of a human adolescent, teenager, so on.
or at least try to, you know, at least try to. It's it's kind of hard when you because I mean because once again because it's mind blowing enough. Honestly, I feel like even and that's the thing about Smallville in a way, and that's why I feel like that with the more human superheroes, it was like because again, like it or not, with Clark Kent, like it's even more it's mind blowing on its own to realize that maybe you're a teenager and your parents tell you that you're adopted and it kind of blows your mind on everything, especially if you don't, if nothing really stands out that tells you, okay, I may not, these may not be my real mom and dad, you know what I'm saying? But
Like I don't look anything like either of you people.
yeah, so unless you had that happen and you don't know or something like that, and then they tell you, and it's like it's a big shock. Like you never would have thought that. So it's like mind blowing, and you're trying to figure out well what happened, how did I, you know, how did all this happen? How did I get here? And it's kind of like so think about your Clark Kent or your Jor-El, son of Jor-El, and it's like you know what I'm saying, or and that's kind of how it goes because but you're actually Kal-El, and it's like what is all of this? And then it's like you realize not only are you not their their child, but you're not even from this planet, and you have this whole thing that was set up for you, and it's yeah, it's like all of that, and
It's some heavy shit.
yeah, it's like it's really gonna be difficult to be a regular teen. You know, it's they were trying because it's like yeah, I'm trying to and it was still doing it in a way. It's like, but I got to give them credit. They did the best. I mean, Smallville. People really like Smallville. I really like Smallville. I'm not gonna lie. You know,
Some of the later seasons were kind of yeah, but
I I get it.
overall,
I mean, when he was being a blur, I mean, I guess I guess I can understand people's about it. You know what I'm saying? But it was
yeah,
still that.
like I think I checked out for a couple of years and then caught up and watched the final season when that was starting. But I definitely lost interest for a little while there. But for like for the first 5, 6 seasons, probably it was one of my favorite shows.
And see, but it's and I feel like that's the thing, and I'm glad that Invincible does have layers to it because I did kind of feel like at first, like the whole young Spider-Man, you know what I'm saying, vibe that Invincible was giving, you know, I
Mm.
kind of, you know, it was kind of, so I'm glad it had layers to it. I was kind of starting to wonder about that, you know, 'cause, you know,
It would have got boring pretty quick, I think, had they gone that route. Well, if the story had allowed them to go that route instead of him just being like, no, I'm the kind of guy like if I really just let loose, there's going to be blood everywhere. It's not just there's going to be webs everywhere, and a couple of bullies might have some bruises. There's going to be like there's going to be a planet decimated. That's the kind of power he's dealing with.
But it's also, I just felt like I was glad to see him sort of like develop a little bit more. I mean, and it's like not doing the whole, like I said, Spider-Man Flash thing of I fucked up big time and I got to correct my big fuck up. It's what I'm saying, and that type of thing. I just didn't want that. That's the whole thing that I didn't want from what I'm saying, from Invincible. That's the whole vibe that I feel like I was getting at first. Like, okay, I'm gonna do my superhero thing here, neighborhood superhero, and oops, you know what I'm saying. And after a while, I'm glad they kind of got through that after a while. You know what I'm saying? Like, okay,
pretty quickly too, thankfully. Like that didn't last very long.
Like, haven't we had enough? Like, haven't we had enough of the whole cute little, the cute little quirky superhero? I'm trying my best, and sometimes but then I think about these things, and I start doing things that could really affect the whole world and really fuck up, and oh god, you know what I'm saying? It's like I'm so glad that he understood, like, what I'm saying, how big implications of what he does could be on things, and so I'm certainly glad that he kind of understood that,
And was forced very like Mars was the first season, right?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, so he was forced very, very quickly to learn. Okay, so it's not only there's a whole planet beyond what I'm dealing with, there's a whole fucking universe with shit a lot heavier than what I'm going through.
Definitely. But I think that,
which I think helped him grow up a little bit quicker, develop a bit quicker.
You know what though? I think what really, really did was getting his ass kicked by his dad, and what it ended up doing the much of the damn planet. You know what I'm saying? While he was doing it.
When your dad murders a whole subway train full of people using your body, that's gonna do some stuff to you.
I'm glad they kind of did that whole thing where he kind of did the whole, well, not so much the thing you can make right. I mean, I don't know that's sort of thing that you can really make right as, as the guy who sort of caused all of that. I don't know how you make something like what he did right, because yeah, there was that, and there was like what avalanches for one, and another situation, big avalanches. I think that there was, also the damn city that he fucking like churned up. One of the cities he fucking like completely churned the fuck up, and everything like that. It's just like bro, it was like, okay. So I think he kind of took that moment to where he possibly, I don't know, could he possibly have done something personally that would have affected the world because he didn't understand? But I think that kind of made him understand. Like, wow, that kind of made him understand, like his father did that with him, like using him to do that. Like, just imagine if he decided that he wanted to do damage like that on his own and things like that. That also kind of helps you. That's why he kind of just just around just doing like regular like neighborhood after, at first.
Yeah. You realize the gravity of like what I guess lies beneath your skin. There's probably a better way to phrase that, but what is dwelling within you? What could be?
Because do you realize now big monsters, they can't help it. But I think superheroes, I think they even tried to highlight that a little bit in Batman versus Superman. I think they tried to highlight at least a little bit, like in the fallout when these superheroes are fighting these things and whatnot. People don't quite understand. They're confused about what's going on. They know about Superman. They don't know about and all of a sudden buildings collapse, things fall on people. They don't, they don't realize, and things like that. And they kind of highlighted on the thing that They kind of made people feel like Superman like caused people's deaths but save, and it was in the midst of saving the whole damn planet and whatnot, and it kind of caused this whole negative spin on him and shit like that, and it was kind of like, so they kind of highlighted a little bit on that, and I think that's what he was dealing with. Like, when I fight people, it spills out in a whole lot of ways that could really affect other people and kill other people, and seriously injure, people that are just kind of caught in the, in the middle of all of this. And it's like, am I really ready to be out here doing that if I can't do that in a way that preserves their lives? So he's kind of like, I just got to kind of keep it low key right now, while I figure this out,
Because
it's
yeah,
like,
once you get to that grand scale, like it's pretty much impossible that you're not going to have casualties. Like,
but at least he's mindful of the fact that certain things that he could do, even emotionally, could cause such a ripple effect that it could, so it could affect things in a way that he can't make right. So he just, it kind of put him in a really weird place, a really, really weird place.
and I was glad. I was really happy with the finale of season 2, where they brought back the guy, the multi-dimensional traveler scientist guy
Angstrom
from,
Levy.
Yeah.
was it
Angstrom Levy.
Angstrom Levy? Yeah, because I kind of thought like he was done with, and I was like, well, that feels like a waste.
Yeah, with that whole, that was super weird though, right? It was like,
Yeah,
they
like
kind of
because wait, it was him combined with
a bunch
a,
of hymns.
like a dozen or something like that.
No, more than a dozen hymns.
20
it was
or
weird. No,
like some of like
hundreds
yeah,
of, it was like hundreds of hymns. Like,
hundreds was that many.
yeah, it was a lot of hymns, man. It was like a
Yeah,
lot of,
all combined into one guy with
and
all
since,
the memories and all the experiences and everything of all these guys, all these versions of himself, which drove him insane. Because how would it not?
because it gave him different, because what he was trying to do was trying to be like the super highway of all those different dimensions and all those different possibilities and different situations and how certain things could play out. That's why I say it was more like hundreds, because you have to believe that there's like hundreds, if not thousands, of different possibilities and different ways that things could work out. So that's why I kind of go in the hundreds. Would you agree, Charles? Or are you still out there now?
No, I'm here, but no, it's just it's definitely hundreds. I would even go as far as to say that it's more than that. I would
Yeah,
say
I mean,
I'm just trying to think of the size of that machine.
Yeah, it was big. I didn't want to exaggerate,
It
but
was
I
big,
definitely would.
yeah.
I definitely securely say hundreds, but I definitely just didn't want to exaggerate or anything like that. But I securely say hundreds, with the possibility,
Yeah.
of course, like you said, Charles was saying, it could definitely be more than that, because the machine was massive. It was massive.
Yeah, it's definitely. I would say at a minimum, between 5 to 800. At a
I could
minimum,
agree.
5 to 800.
I could agree.
Yeah, but no, it's just I'm happy that Angstrom Levy showed up when he did. I'm just I am a little disappointed that he wasn't in the season more. Because when they did show him in the season, they implied that he was going to be the big bad.
Yeah,
But
then all of a sudden, they just
in
cut that right off.
in the final episode of this season, that's not the feeling that I got. The feeling that I got from Angstrom Levy is a villain of the week. That's what
I was about to say, yeah, exactly.
yeah, that's what I got. I got a villain of the week feeling from Angstrom Levy.
Like that could have been episode 7. Like it didn't necessarily need to be the finale.
Yeah, it didn't need to be.
But because what do you feel like the thing that he could do necessarily, and that's, what I'm saying, as a overall consistent, like, arch enemy
Well,
to
well
Invincible though.
his power to be able to be able to transfer himself and other people to other dimensions with a flip with a snap of the fingers
Okay, yeah,
is pretty powerful. That's
it's
a pretty
impressive.
it's
It's
an
impressive
impressive ability, yeah. But the thing is, I don't know. It's just he felt underpowered. He did.
because
Well,
it's,
I mean, to a point that it goes to what Mark said slash the title of the episode. I thought you were stronger.
Well, yeah. And I thought he died way too easily.
I mean, I just what I feel like is and that's the thing where progress has got to be made, I guess, you know, and things
I don't
like
know. It's
that.
just I felt like not only did it feel like a villain of the week type thing, it also felt like that Engstrom Levy only served to push Invincible's character development.
I mean,
Yeah,
a lot of it overall is, but some things like I often say about typecasting, some things are more blatant than others. That's just the thing.
Yeah.
It's just more blatant than other. Even with Darkwing, like he had this very cool whole interdimensional thing or this black hole thing. Him a void. I mean, I guess you could call it a void type of situation that he had that he could pull somebody into himself. So it was sort of like ironically in a
yeah.
way almost very similar to Angstrom Levy in his own way, but not really. But it's
No,
like
it wasn't like another universe. It was
yeah,
something within that same. Yeah,
but like
I
a
don't know what you
void.
call that.
This kind of had him suspended there, I guess, in a way. But it was weird, you know. And it's like he still was easily able to overcome him for the most part. And it's just progress. I like the fact that they had a lot of different characters, a lot of different walks of life, and everything like that. It's just as time goes on, you know, creativity will grow, and because I could definitely think of some characters of a lot of different races and things that I could come up with that I just don't understand why people have not come up with. But you know, I seriously think there could be some bad. I mean, come on. I mean, has there ever been a superhero called the Spartan?
Somehow I think there might have been.
Surely, or at least something similar.
Like, just think about like the storied hit. Let's think about the legendary history already, the legendary and possibly exaggerated history of the Spartans anyway, like in 300. Just think about a
Hmm.
supercharged Spartan, you know what I'm saying? Like immortal Spartan like hero, you know what I'm saying? And shit like that. I mean, like, why has there never been that? You know what I'm saying? A guy that has his whole Spartan mask going on, and you know what I'm saying, this whole thing, the red cape, the whole thing, and the fucking sword and shield and shit like that. I mean, like, why not that?
I'm kind of picturing a character with a design similar to that, and I can't think of the character's name. I know it wasn't like the Spartan, but I'm kind of thinking of a character with a Spartan kind of resemblance.
Oh, and
Um,
going a
that was,
little off topic here, but can we take a moment to bring up the fact that Duplicate is alive?
yeah, I fucking like early in the season. I thought they were going to go hard with the deaths, but they did not.
I mean, I would probably say to their credit, I mean, what Nolan ended up doing to the initial fucking like league of of superheroes and whatnot, I mean, was pretty fucked up.
Oh yeah, I did not at the time. I did not expect that.
So you
They
gotta, I
spent
mean,
an entire episode building these motherfuckers up, and then just obliterated in the space of like 3 minutes.
and the battles that they went in against, like, I believe, what was that one beast guy? You know what I'm saying? That I gotta forget his name.
The like one of Machine Head's henchmen who just like destroyed everybody.
You could say henchman because he really, yeah, that really wasn't.
Yeah, like, he was a henchman probably in salary only. Like he was getting paid, but he could definitely beat the fuck out of Machine Head.
Yeah, because it was something he had some kind of control or something because that he thought he had control of, but it really wasn't because that guy was sort of like I think he had like the head of I think he had the head of a lion. I forget what his fucking
Yeah,
name is.
yeah. I feel like it was
Battle,
Beast something, but
Battle Beast was it Battle Beast? Am
it
I
was.
thinking
I
of?
feel like it was something like that.
I remember that guy. He looked like it wasn't like a lion. It was more like a tiger.
Tiger really?
Yeah, more like a
Uh,
tiger.
I I thought Lion at the time,
Yeah,
but
I felt lion. I definitely got lion off of that. But I
hold on.
mean,
Let's see. Invincible.
Here,
but
here, here. Hold
yeah,
on.
but the battles that they went through, even a new team, the battles that they went through were brutal on its own. You thought people might die, like you almost felt like
Yeah, it
any one
was
of them.
Battle Beast, and I
Wow,
would say, hold
I
focus, stupid white
yes,
balance bullshit.
yeah,
I would say more Lion.
I'd say lion. I still
Not
feel
focusing.
I still get
My
lion
bad.
vibes. Wow, I can't believe I remembered that. I cannot believe I remembered that. Fucking battle beast. I mean, it seems so simple, but I mean, I almost lost it. But yeah, like he beat the shit out of. They beat the shit out of the new team. Like you almost felt like any one of them could die. And at that moment, you know,
Yeah,
seriously,
it's almost like if Thor was a lion.
yeah, and a real asshole, and just only
Lion with
felt
like dreadlocks. Well,
like
bring out of that braid.
I mean, a real super asshole. But it was just
Yeah.
like, geez, I mean, he beat the shit out of them. Like, God damn. I mean, seriously, man. I mean,
Fairly effortlessly as well. Like it didn't take much.
I felt like
He
one of
was he
them.
was almost having fun with it.
Yeah, I felt like
Well,
one of
not
them.
almost, he was.
Yeah, I felt no. Really, he was disappointed. Really, at the end, he was kind of disappointed. He really felt like he was going to get more of a battle than
Just
what
like,
he got.
really? This
Yeah,
is the
he was really kind of disappointed by the whole thing. You know, like seriously, like I'm like, and that was like kind of fucked up. It was like, damn, man, like that's really. I thought any one of them could have died then, and it's like they already gave what Nolan did to the to the first team, then what he did to much of the what I'm saying to much of the fucking planet, you know what I'm saying, thing like that. So it was like, yeah, they really gave a lot in the way of brutal shit. So he's like they really weren't skimping. You really didn't need payoff in that respect. You really wanted more story, more more resolution if possible, because they really gave brutal. They really gave the brutal shit, the wow.
dude, I
But
love when when Rex got shot in the head, I was like, oh fuck. No, not Rex. Because Rex is a good character, but I also love Jason Mantzoukas. But then when he fucking stood up, blood pissing out his fucking exit hole, and then fucked everybody up. I was like, fuck yes. That was so good. His eye filled with blood, and he's just fucking should be dead. He still has the wherewithal to just fuck everybody up.
Yeah, yeah, and he just starts like beating the shit out of his
Yep.
little arm nub. I was
like I
like,
said,
oh man, that's gotta hurt.
Oh, yeah. Yeesh.
Ooh.
I do gotta, like I said, I do gotta say that that again, I at first, I mean, now let me ask you guys, what did you think about that alternate reality? Where he's given like that, or he's given like that looped message to the people about, hey, I know this seems kind of shitty what me and my dad did, but don't worry. You know what I'm saying? You guys will be okay. We're gonna, we're gonna build things back. You're gonna be taken care of by Viltrum. You know what I'm saying? Like, what you guys think about that, by the way?
What, like at the
I think
beginning
that,
of the season?
yeah.
I just want to know what you thought about that.
I mean,
I feel like this. So you go.
no, I thought it was. I wasn't even sure if it was an alternate reality. At first, I thought, oh God, Invincible turned evil and teamed up with his dad.
Yeah, that episode threw me through a loop for a little bit there.
And then, of course, when he paralyzed Eve, that was like, oh shit.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Like, it's like, at first I thought, oh, he killed her. And then when I saw that she was still breathing, I was like, oh, he did something much worse to her. Oh, God.
Yeah.
Oof.
And okay, so
Yeah,
real
you can make a crystal wheelchair. It's fine.
real quick, because I lost my perspective on it. I just want to at least acknowledge it and see where you guys were on it. The relationship between him and God, I'm forgetting her name. Was it Debbie? No.
Amber?
Okay. Because I wasn't really processing it that much. You know what I'm saying? As little as I could. I was trying my best not to process it because I just felt like it was just so. It was so like, for me, Lois. For you know, what I'm saying, for me, Lois on fucking in like the Superman movies with Christopher Reeve. She was still in her way a little pushy for my taste. So Amber was way over the top. So I mean, I just really wasn't processing it. So I mean,
And then I kind of wonder, like, I wonder if they planned it or if it was audience reaction, but she did like a complete 180 in season 2. Like a complete 180. Like, I get it. You sort of like, you see a couple things happen, but like she completely just pretty much became a different character to a
well,
point.
because basically they made it seem like, at least initially, that his dad died and everything like that. So it was like this whole dealing with his dad's death, and they were kind of processing it like that even. And I think it was just mainly that, right? It was just mainly his death, and they weren't trying to make it seem, or because were they make it trying to seem like, no, they weren't, because she was moving on with her life. They wasn't trying to make it seem like she was dead, but it was more like he was dead. They was pretending that he was dead, even though and that he wasn't the cause. But it was Omni-Man. But it was like his dad died in the process of the whole situation. So yeah, okay. Just so we're clear, folks. I just want to make sure, because it's been a while since I've seen everything. I was getting my thoughts clear. So again, folks, because Nolan, no one knew that Nolan was Omni-Man, and then Omni-Man was Nolan. So when Omni-Man laid waste to much of, much of the world and things like that, and they made it seem like his father was killed in the process of all that craziness and fallout, especially like with the house blowing up across the street and all this type of shit like this happening.
Gas leak, I think it was.
Yeah, and all that type of stuff. So they kind of made it seem like that. So yeah, that was sort of like the catalyst that sparked her being able to come over there and sort of like pay her respects and like maybe make amends and everything like that. But then of course, because they wanted to jam her into the situation, as they do with the African American female and interracial lead. Of course she does know that he's really invincible, but somehow doesn't know that his father was Omni-Man. Isn't that interesting?
And that's also I believe in the comics I think she was a white blonde girl.
Oh wow. Amazon,
Or
you're
maybe
so
brunette, but
woke. It just
like,
really
yeah,
takes.
because I remember seeing like a list of like the things that they changed, and that was one of them.
It really puts the Expanse into perspective. But like I said, I gotta say, I mean, the way they crafted that story, in The Walking Dead, I could understand why some people would try to craft their content around around a story like that. The way as powerful as they made it in The Walking Dead, I'd say, What do you think? Did it have that much of an effect on you? The story of Rick and Michonne.
No, I mean, I was checked out of the show before that even became a thing.
You Charles, anything?
I'm sorry. What?
I was just trying to see how invested you were in The Walking Dead, and how much of an effect did the relationship or whatever between Rick and Michonne have on you, if any at all.
I stopped watching the show before they became an item.
Wow.
So same answer.
Wow.
Yeah, I stopped watching it at the end of season 5.
Wow. So that really happened way down the line. Wow.
It must have, yeah, because I think I got. I probably didn't get too much further than that. I think I was season 6 ish. I don't know.
Wow. That is, but what do you think about that though? So she somehow was able to find out that Mark was invincible, but did not know that his father was Omni-Man. Quite interesting, huh?
It's just this facial blindness coincidence, I guess. The whole Clark Kent Superman thing. Although Nolan had even less than that. He didn't even bother with the whole glasses thing.
Amazing.
He was just he was just wearing different clothes. But if you look at the face up, it's the same guy.
But with that, I mean,
neck up, face up, there's nothing about that.
Like, so who's a person that you really know? Okay, like, do you feel like a person that you really know that's like a celebrity or something like that, musician? You feel like that if you saw them in person, like you would if they didn't have an entourage or anything that was sort of like indicating, you would know them?
I'd like to think so. I mean, I'd like to think I would.
Like you feel like if you were walking in like a busy Australian street or whatever.
And I just see I see Dee Snider walking down the street.
Oh, come on. That is so loaded, Damian. That is so
all right.
loaded.
Okay, so I got to pick someone less descript. See.
Come on, a little more low key.
All right, if I see Colin Hay, the lead singer of Men at Work, walking down the street, I think I would recognize him.
No, you know what? No, I'm not even going to do that for you.
He's a more regular looking guy.
You would notice. Would you really notice Lemmy?
I mean, yeah, I'd be like, aren't you dead? The fuck?
I mean, okay, fuck you, David.
Okay. This is so cool that you're not dead, but dude, what happened?
Fuck you, David. Okay. That's fucked up, man. That's fucked up. Okay, but I'm saying, okay, seriously, I'm just saying, like,
okay, really, so you just walk up to somebody and say, like, well, wait a minute, aren't you dead?
Well, Lemmy is dead.
Yeah,
it's a sad truth.
No. You have to say it right. He's not dead. He ascended to godhood.
Okay, yeah. He ascended to godhood.
Because I will say this on a personal level. Like, I was working in a furniture store, selling furniture, and I was like for a long while because I just feel like it's more of a fun thing for me once I realize what pro wrestling is. It's more, like I say, it's more like I've always called it. It's more like male soap operas to me. It's fun in that way for me. The way it was fun for my mom to watch those fucking soap operas that she would watch in the mid afternoon. You know what I'm saying? It's like that for me. And everything and I know it's like that for a lot of people.
Wouldn't those shows be so much better if they were all like having cage matches in between fucking that bullshit dialogue?
I'm sorry. When you have somebody at somebody's having a wedding, and then somebody pops out of their wedding cake and saying surprise, and then all of a sudden they start poisoning the whole crowd. You know what I'm saying? With soap opera, I'm sorry, that's better than a cage match. I mean, they're doing shit. It's like boom, she presses a button, and all of a sudden the whole wedding party starts getting poisoned. You know what I'm saying? It's like, what the fuck?
What show was this?
Look, like General Hospital or fucking One Life
Okay.
to Live. One of those. I swear to God, man, crazy shit like that happens all the fucking time. Like a guy could be accused of attempting to murder or murdering people and still be free and walking around, man. No problems at all.
I
Almost.
mean, in General Hospital, you can grape a woman and get married a couple seasons later.
That's what I'm saying.
Wait,
You
did
know,
that actually happen in General Hospital?
I think
Yes,
he's
it
talking.
did.
I think he's even talking
Oh
about
my
Todd.
God.
I think he's even talking about Todd. The guy with the
Uh,
scar on his face, the guy with the long hair, scar on his face. I think he's probably even talking about him.
Oh my God.
I can't remember the names. Luke and Laura? No.
Yeah, that was that was the most famous couple, but the
Mm.
most infamous villain was definitely Todd. Tall guy, long hair, scar. He eventually got a scar on his face because the reason he got that scar because he got a little grapey, as you alluded to.
Okay, maybe that is the thing I'm thinking of.
Yeah, my mom loved those fucking shows. So like, yeah, that was like Todd was always the big fucking talk. You know what I'm saying? Like I remember that name so much because he was such a fucking villain, but it was allowed to like skate so much. That was soap opera world. That's like I realized like this is pro wrestling world right here. Like pro wrestling is soap operas. Soap operas are like pro wrestling. Like they're like the fucking same. Like you think, how can this fucking guy get away with this all? Because this is like pro wrestling world. You know what I'm saying? Like this is what like this is unbelievable. This is how this world is. Like this world where a guy supposedly is some kind of like supernatural undead, mortuary guy. You know what I'm saying? Like this is the world, that we live in here,
All right, so what you're saying is that soap opera is like wrestling, but for chicks.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Without question. Without question. You know what I'm saying? Triple H.
And much more insane because women are insane.
No, I don't know, because Triple H did take Stephanie McMahon, drug her, took her to Vegas, and like supposedly snuck married her, and things like that. Triple H did simulate supposedly having sex, with a dead body, in a casket, and things like that at one point when he was going back and forth with Kane and things like so. It was like so. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know which one is wilder, and things like I don't know which one is wilder in terms of content.
Holy shit, wrestling is a soap opera. What the fuck?
Yeah.
Done some wild shit both on and off the screen over the years.
Truly, like these like Japanese like this Japanese faction like grabbed up this one porn guy, this wrestler who's supposed to be like a former porn star. They like grabbed him up because he was supposed to be like trying to, trying to take one of their girls. They grabbed him up, tied him up. Like all you can see like is his back. They tied him up. He was supposed to be like naked, and it's supposed to be showing them with a samurai sword. So it's supposed to be trying to chop off his dick.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah, completely. Like I said, so that's what I said. It didn't take me long to realize, like, yeah, pro wrestling and soap operas are like one and the same. I think pro wrestling promoters got their idea and inspiration, I feel like, from soap operas. Like we're gonna make this like storyline villains and heroes, baby faces and heels, and we're going to, we're going to create this whole scenario based on the sway of the crowd, who they like, who they don't like. The people want Hulk Hogan to win. Eventually, he has to take down the greatest champion, Andre the Giant. He has to take him down because everyone loves Hulk Hogan, and that's the storyline we have to move with. And he has to be the great champion and the great hero, and until steroids and
Pastamania.
Yeah, but I'm sorry. The greatest time for me with Hulk Hogan is when he became Hollywood Hogan. It was part of the NWO. That was just the greatest time for me. I liked him
bleach
so.
blonde mustache and his dirty beard.
Yeah, I liked him so much when he was Hollywood Hogan. Oh my God, I fucking loved it. It was just like refreshing. I fucking loved it. Every single bit of that NWO shit that he was doing, I fucking loved it. I was just like, it was just, and when he brought it to WWE and he was fucking whooping the Rock's ass, you know what I'm saying? He was still doing the NWO shit, you know what I'm saying? It was just, I fucking love every goddamn bit of that shit. But, you know, I'm just saying, but bottom line, pro wrestling, you know, it was so proper. Love that fucking shit. You know what I'm saying? It was just, and it's just, I just feel like, how can I put this? And to kind of reference back to, you know, what we were initially talking about with Invincible and everything like that. It's just, I guess, how can I put this? It's kind of, I don't know. It's just, I guess it's just the irreverence and suspension of belief in everything. You know what I'm saying? It just, I don't know. I guess this is the best way of putting it. Just the suspension of belief in everything and just the blown up content, you know what I'm saying, of it all. Just, you know what I'm saying? It's just like I said, I just love a lot of that, you know what I'm saying, that type of shit. So, you know. Plus I'm smoking. It's just really hard to circle back to that once we've expanded down a road like this. I have to be honest with you. But I just have to say, you know what I'm saying? But again, in case I didn't say it before, yeah.
It's funny. I've been listening to
I landed this plane badly, by the way. I'll admit that.
I've been listening to a Scrubs rewatch podcast with Zach Braff and Donald Faison, and they got to the end of one episode, and Zach Braff got to one of his his notes. It was like, all right, so at 4 minutes 44, like, oh shit, we haven't really talked about this episode. And they had Bill Lawrence, the creator of Scrubs, on, and he's just like, yeah, because you guys just spent like 20 minutes talking about an episode of What's Happening. No shit, we haven't gotten to the episode yet.
Oh,
I was like, I know a show like that.
have you guys even done any research into that new show that Donald Faison is doing with John Cryer,
No, I haven't.
which I essentially call like taking Alan Harper and like putting him into another show where he's essentially the same guy.
That's what it's
Except
like.
bald.
I remember seeing a trailer when it first came out because I think it came out like a couple of years ago, right? The first season.
No,
Like it's still
no.
going, but I'm fairly sure it's like a couple of years old now.
The second season? I thought this was like the debut season.
Oh no, did I say second? I meant first season. Like it's. I think the first season came out like a couple of years ago. I feel like
Really?
and was put on hold for a while. Yeah.
I don't know, because they were really pushing it over the last few weeks. A few weeks ago, they were really pushing it because it was coming out and it was debuting about this new show with John Cryer and Donald Faison and.
So I remember seeing a trailer fucking ages ago, and I had that exact thought. It seems like fucking him in just a different show.
Yeah, because it's like he's a divorced guy again, trying to save face with a divorce with his kid again. Her with a new husband, this time black, but the girl looks a lot like she resembles a lot like Judith. Really?
Yeah, it was really similar.
What's this show called?
Rip off of 2.5 Men. I'm sorry, no, it was not. It's. No, I'm sorry. It's not.
Okay, no, I was wrong. I guess I just saw a trailer a while ago. It came out on December 23rd, 2023. That was the first episode, I guess.
What's the name of it?
Extended Family.
But yeah, it just really like, and you could just automatically, like, you could just really see it. Like, it's just once again him, all of the same stuff, all of the same cheapy, weird, you know what I'm saying, type of humor and parenting and you know and all of that. It seemed to be all of Alan Harper just in a whole different situation.
All right, I'm looking at the IMDb page for this. Let's see. Where have I seen that actress before? Oh, yeah, Donald Faison. That's the guy from.
Yeah, you've seen that actress before. I'm pretty sure. From
So,
that, I know her. I think I know her.
is it? Let's see. I think it's Abigail Spencer. Yeah, Abigail Spencer. I've seen her in a bunch of stuff. Let's see what else. She was in Timeless. Let's see what else.
She was in Suits.
Never saw Suits.
Okay. She was in Mad Men.
Never saw that either. She
Ghost
was in
Whisp-
she was in Cowboys and Aliens. I saw that.
Ghost Whisperer.
Never saw that. She was in Castle for like one episode.
This Means War.
Never saw it.
Oz the Great and Powerful.
I did see that. I hated that movie.
The Glades.
I did watch that briefly.
Rectify.
Never saw that.
Nope. Okay.
So it looks like the thing I recognize her from is Timeless.
Okay.
Yeah. Because she was the main character from Timeless.
All right. Well, but I apologize, and I thank you guys, by the way, for regaling me on the. Yeah, you're right, because I tried my best not to process it, but yeah, it was just really getting sappy and everything like that, and it was I was just trying to divert away from it, yeah, because she was trying her best to be, I guess, quote unquote supportive, but then he was still having to sort of act like he wasn't doing things and doing work and stuff like that when he was and shit like that, and so it was still that element, even though she knew he was invincible, but he still sort of had to sneak around and do shit because I guess he didn't want anybody to know that he was still doing. You know what I'm saying? I thought mainly it was about his mom not knowing that he was still working with Cecil, not so much anybody not knowing that he was doing anything. That's what I thought anyway.
Yeah.
But it seemed like with her, it seemed like even though she knew, it seemed like he still had to kind of remain somewhat secretive about what he was doing, even when it came to her. Still, even though she was in the know, and that still kind of felt weird to me, also.
Mm.
Like, what do you think about that, Damian? The level of
I didn't hear any of it.
Oh, no,
the
level of secrecy that he still had to keep with Amber and what he was doing, because I was telling Charles, I thought mainly him like working with Cecil's secret was mainly about his mom not knowing, not so much about her not knowing or anybody not, but mainly also seemed like he was like keeping a secret from her, like because it was like she still wouldn't. It was, I guess it was still an element that I felt like where she still wouldn't understand that he still wanted to get back out there and be a hero again and try to, fix things and do other stuff. And it seemed like there was still an element of him having to be secretive because he still felt like she wouldn't understand.
When are we talking? Like, how talking currently, or
like when she turned the tide, and I think he was more trying to focus on like when he snapped. Okay, because when he snapped out of it, let me make sure I'm not fucking. Because I thought I was still on the right track. Okay, let me see.
because pretty much this season, I think both Amber and his mother pretty much know the deal.
Even him working with Cecil.
His mother knows for sure. I don't know if he ever really had that discussion with Amber so much.
Oh, that's right. Okay, my apologies. You're right. That's okay. Yeah, all right.
Like, there might have been. I don't know if there's ever really been reason for him to explain that to Amber so much. I mean, there's reason for it, but I don't know if he ever really did explain that to her so much. Like, she knows that he's got shit he needs to do, but I don't know if she knows the specifics exactly.
Okay, let me see. Let me see. I'm just thinking. I'm just trying to. My apologies. Let me see.
Mm-hmm.
I guess you were right. Okay, well, I guess I don't know why I was still so super focused on their relationship. Then, yeah, it really didn't play all that much. You know, what I'm saying, after a while. So, yeah, I don't know why I kept my mind on that again. Apologies.
And then pretty much from the first moments that Invincible or Mark meets Adam Eve, what's her real name again?
Eve, right?
Might be is I think it is Eve. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. From like pretty much like more or less the first time they meet, you pretty much figure like they're gonna be a thing at some point.
Yep.
There's too much legitimate chemistry there for that to not unless one of them unless she dies. There's no way that's not going to be a thing at some point.
I
They
mean,
definitely
and
sort of push harder towards that goal, sort of point at the end of this season. But
I mean, hey, and it works because I mean, hey, it would still be interracial, even though they'll be bumping Amber out, it would still be interracial.
yeah, white and Korean still checks the boxes.
Yep. So I don't think it would be a bad transition. As I thought it might be. That, and I think that's why they were avoiding it. That's why I felt like that's why they were avoiding it before, because they felt like they really wanted to work that in before that. Because I did feel like what you guys were saying about that too, and it was just like, but I just felt like they
Well, I
kept.
mean, there in certain circles, there is certain people that would still have a problem with that relationship because they would say that Asian is not diverse enough. Yeah,
I mean, yeah, I don't doubt there are those fucking people.
yeah.
Then watch Shogun. I recommend you watch it.
Oh no, no, no! I was recently watching a video where people were making fun. There was this guy making fun of people who were saying that, and I was like, "Holy shit! There are people who actually think that."
Yeah,
Like,
I would say that's what I would say. I still say for people who think that way, I highly suggest you watch Shogun.
oh yeah, Shogun. Interesting segue by the way. So let's talk about Shogun.
Sure.
Yeah.
Let's well, I want to talk about is the weirdly that I mean, could we have predicted this? I mean, because a lot of this is saying this is documented based on like events that they have said to have happened. But I mean, some of this has to be part of like their sprinkling in some great heroic drama. Because I mean, did we really think that we would be seeing Buntaro? Did we think that we would see that, or was that the thing that we hoped would happen that they sprinkled in? Like, is that really real? I mean, did that?
Wait, what did you say? My thing cut out for a second. What did you say? Like, we would see what?
That we would see Buntaro again?
Dude, I told you that if we didn't see a body,
Oh,
he's not dead.
yeah, yeah. Now that's my rule with pretty much everything.
But
Yeah,
really, I mean, come
I
on.
knew he was alive.
But
I
this is
knew it.
oh, come on.
Like,
But
if it's a regular show like this, and you see like like a guy standing in the center of like an atomic bomb going off, okay, he's gone.
Yeah.
but I
But
mean, but
any reasonable sort of potentially survival circumstances, like if I don't see a body,
but for her
he's
to
not
go
dead.
all slut like that within, I mean,
Like
days.
that.
I
Yeah.
mean, can we say days? I gave her credit for maybe a week or
Hours,
two.
maybe.
Oh God, jeez.
Well, I mean, even if her husband was dead, what she did was very stupid because, I mean,
Explain, elaborate, please. Go ahead.
I'm still pissed it was in the dark. I want to see that Mariko titties, goddammit.
Jesus Christ.
Fucking bullshit.
I got the yellow fever. Ooh, I got the yellow fever. I want to squeeze them.
I got the yellow fever. I need more Mariko titties.
No, it's like they said in that Harold and
Yeah.
Kumar movie. You don't have yellow fever. You have yellow plague.
Look.
Oh my god! But no, it's just I would say that what she did, even if she thought that her husband was dead, was still stupid because, I mean, isn't there like some sort of like rule that she still has to honor her spouse even if her spouse is dead?
No, she's there to be. I mean, well, mainly she was there to be a translator for. Oh God, I just always. Ooh, I swear to God, y'all. I swear, no matter how many times, no matter how many shows we go through, and how much treachery and all this other shit that I see with Portugal, with the different lords and everything, and different, you know what I'm saying, and in the different regions, I still just get fucking nervous and suspicious and just side eye every time Blackthorn is around, able to move about. I'll get some guns in his hand because it's all it's going to take for him to shoot one of them. And like, I mean, that's why they always just do it. They always just let it, you know what I'm saying, act like it's going to happen. But they just because they know once he does that, it's the end. Once you expend those, you better hope he can fight, because once you expend those, you gotta reload those. You know,
If you can, like, where's he getting the bullets from?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's another interesting thing about it. You know, but it's just I just get nervous when it comes to him, man, because it's just I just feel like he's the one that's he's still holding major cards back. Like as much as he thinks that Portugal is this and Portugal is that, he's still holding. I still always feel like he's holding major cards back, and I'm always suspicious of what he's really trying to do. Like what is the real end game? I don't feel like it's obvious. They try to make it seem like it's obvious because of everything he is now. They're trying to make him seem more noble, more and especially when you try to compare to the to the husband and trying to act like he's a coward, he's a piece of shit and everything like that. But there's a whole breakdown to that and everything like that. But I think that, I don't know, if he decides to take up with her or whatever, then the pillow with her, as they put it, then he could. I don't even know if that's even out of the question with her even being still actively married. To be quite honest with you.
Also, is Asian women don't bruise a stereotype? Because she got smacked around and showed like no signs of it.
She did have some blood.
Oh, a little bit of blood, but like the way that guy would have been fucking.
But there was
the way we heard him smacking her around.
But I think there was hair. I think she kind of had her hair sort of like covering certain areas at certain points. Immediately after it happened. I think the sort of kind of like.
I think she's covering it up with makeup.
But I think also
gotta be, because like the way at least the way it sounded through the paper walls that Blackthorn was behind, it sounded fucking brutal. And you see that the dude, the way that guy would, like, he's not going to be light-handed about it.
No, and look, I mean, I came to the realization that the only reason, like when Toranaga had said that he said to Montaro that he should just divorce his wife, and Montaro said no, he said no, he doesn't want to divorce her. At that point, I was like, you know what? The only reason he's continuing to stay married to Mariko is out of spite. That's the only reason he's married to her at this point.
I got that feeling too. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just
I'm gonna break. I'm don't mean to interrupt. I'm sorry. I do want to break that down because I feel like I have a different perspective on what's going on here. And I mean, it's just it's classic. It's classic when it comes to couples. Honestly, it really is. But the one thing I want to tell you that involved with the whole with the whole him smacking her around also, well, before that, when he was getting drunk with him and everything, like he thought, okay, I'm an Englishman. You know, I'm an Englishman. I can drink him under the table. You know, this fucking sake. You know what I'm saying?
In my country, only women drink out of such tiny cups.
And I'll drink him under the table, right? So he's sitting there getting drunk under that sake, and then he fucking wants to shoot those arrows. I mean, he shot those arrows past her damn face, both twice through that damn shit, and asked him to pick a goddamn post. You know, and then all of that shit happens, and he acts like, oh yes, it's the sake that got me and everything like that. He was just so drunk, and you know what I'm saying, he thought it was just so dangerous, and then only to come to realize that he fucking hit that damn post both fucking times.
Yep.
You know, and that just kind of showed me like, bro, he was fucking seriously drunk off that sake. Imagine if he was sharp and sober. You know what I'm saying? Imagine how dangerous he is, you know what I'm saying, when he's sharp and sober. That's how practiced and how dangerous he is, that even drunk, he can fucking hit right past her without even touching her through a goddamn, you know what I'm saying, through one of the little sheeted things and hit the damn post, no fucking problem. Like crazy. And what I will also, the perspective I could come on the marriage, I think with a lot of situations, like, look, how does he not live under the same system that she lives under? You know, with the taiko, with the, you know what I'm saying, with those, with the ruler of, you know what I'm saying, of Japan, like he runs under the same system that she does. This was not something that all of a sudden he targeted, he wanted it, he had evil intentions. This is what he wanted. This is what was set forward. Because the set forward by her own father, and as it was revealed later, as it ends up being revealed by also Tornaga, to protect her, to keep her sort of like away from the whole situation until it could be later on resolved. So this was something that he was commissioned, ordered to do by, you know what I'm saying, by the higher ups over him. And basically because she can't be mad at her father, she can't be mad at Tornaga, she can't be mad at any of the higher ups because of the cultures and the laws that they're under. She basically can be mad at him because, you know, they're together. She can only be so, but not mad outwardly, but mad in the way of how they interact, how their whole situation is. It becomes a poison, bitter situation. But she's able to express all of what she really feels for everyone else, and everyone else that put her in this situation, in the system that she's in. But she's kind of basically kind of making it exclusive for him, like it's all his fault and everything like that. So it just becomes a thing that just kind of becomes a never-ending cycle between those two. He starts to become resentful of her, like, you know what I'm saying, feeling like he's done something, he spared her life, and how is it that she can become so cold to him? And you know what I'm saying, all these years, nothing after all this fucking time. You know, even with a child coming along, nothing after all this fucking time. You know, it's just it's a different perspective. You know, it's easy to make it seem like it's a male system. It benefited him somehow, but how did it benefit him? How did it eventually really benefit him?
I don't think they're pillowing very much.
He's tied to a woman that can't even see her way to love him, even with them bearing a child together and everything like that. You know, constantly is asking for him to kill her. You know what I'm saying? Shit like that. It's just like, or basically putting her to death or whatever. I don't, you know, it's just like, it's a weird situation. It's hard not to be resentful in your own right. After, you know what I'm saying, after so many years, it's hard not to be resentful in your own right. And then you could be so warm to a motherfucker that doesn't regard your country really at all.
Like, trying to think of one of the many things he called it. But let's savage nation. Let's just go with that.
I mean, yeah, he's already pissed on it a number of times. You know what I'm saying? Of course, you know, so I mean, it's just really wild for me. And I figured it would be, you know, that way with the, you know what I'm saying, with Toranaga and the son. I figured it would be that way because he just can't understand, you know, how that kid feels in that situation. You know, you can't understand it. You know, oh, you're being used, you're being this, you're being that. But I mean, yeah, okay, it's easy to say all of that. It's easy to say all of that. And you think you see everything that there is to see, but he doesn't see the most tripped out thing about this whole situation that we realize. You guys realize that?
Yeah, well, we're about to see the fate of Toranaga's son.
I would say even more than that. I mean, do you realize the whole sort of like quandary that Toranaga is actually in right now? He's pledged to protect the heir, you know what I'm saying, the heir of, you know what I'm saying, of the Taiko with his life. Mm-hmm. But the heir's mother, who is now, you know what I'm saying, who is now trying to take more of a, you know what I'm saying, demonstrative role, wants him dead because she knows
Lady Ochiba?
Yep.
Yeah, Ochiba. Yeah.
Because she knows he plotted along with Mariko's father in the death of her father, the original ruler of Japan. So he's in quite a quandary. He's in quite a quandary himself, and he doesn't even know it. No idea.
In a little bit of a pickle, you might say.
Yeah, I tell you, to be all in the son's case, he has no idea what, you know what I'm saying. He has no idea what sort of weird circle he's in right now. With, you know what I'm saying, with the Taiko's heir, and you know what I'm saying, and one of his wives or whatever. You know what I'm saying? It's just like, it's crazy.
And then as much as he has no idea, Blackthorn has no fucking idea.
About what? What do you think? What do you think?
Anything. Pretty much anything. He's more or less completely on the outside.
I don't know, man. I just don't know sometimes. He just never seems like he's never so unsure as he should be, in my opinion. That's another part of what always gets me about him. He never seems as unsure, you know what I'm saying, as he should be about the situation that he's in for some reason.
When Mariko's husband was shooting those arrows, he seemed pretty sure she would probably die if he didn't tell her to get the fuck out of the way. Definitely wasn't sure in that moment.
I mean, yeah, he
and
don't.
Also, like, that poor fucking Gardner too. It's like, as soon as that fucking dead bird, like when he was like trying to translate, like, you don't touch the bird, he said don't touch, die. I'm like, that's not going to be good.
But why did he do that? Because of that stew. Because of that stew he wanted to make.
Yeah, but that just like the way he presented it to them, though, like the way he said it with his bad, you know, he didn't have the words. I'm like, yeah, these people, someone's going to take that very literally. Yeah, and then sure enough,
someone did.
But that's why he was doing that, because he was doing that for the stew. He was hanging that thing up there for all that time for the stew he was making.
Yeah.
Yep.
Gross.
Yeah, pretty much.
Gross. Well, I mean, that's just how they prepared their food back then, by letting meat rot on a hook outside your house.
Which the Japanese do too. They just do it in wooden boxes. They let fish ferment for fucking like decades. But it's fucking. I would never eat it myself, but
no, that is Oh God, even thinking about it is making that's making me gag. Ugh.
Yeah, I remember I learned about this when I was watching the show An Idiot Abroad with Carl Pilkington, where he goes around the world, does various things, but he went to Japan and it's just like, yeah, here's a fish that's been fermenting for 20 years or 30 years or whatever it was, and opened up the box and he just got this whiff. And he's just like, no, I'm sorry, I can't eat that. Just
No,
the stench alone, which, oh,
no, I don't know. I don't know what I was watching, but somebody did try something because they did have a fresh one that they were just fermenting for a while for a few days or weeks or whatever. And the guy pulled out one and he was chomping on one of those damn fish. You know what I'm saying?
I
And
mean, yeah, I'm sure there's like well, I guess apparently you can
it
do
was
it for an absurdly long time, but yeah, you're not going to get me eating.
no. What I'm saying is, I mean,
It might be the nicest thing ever, but
like
eh,
he just really went in there. Like I said, they were. I forgot what the fuck was I watching? It's killing me right now. But but I just gotta say, man, I just keep wondering about where is there an intelligence base with Japan at that time that would wonder, like at a point in time, he's giving away certain information that will let you know, okay, like okay, Portugal has a queen and possibly a king, so and England has
they
a
got some
queen,
great chicken.
huh?
Portugal has some great chicken.
And England has a queen, and and they have this stuff. So I wonder why people wouldn't have more questions about where he comes from and
Just
why
with
they,
those seeds, yeah. Like, how does that not just completely branch out and be like, okay, listen,
yeah, why wouldn't they send someone more official to try to speak with us
mm,
about about relations and about trying to build bridges? Why would they send a sort of like struggling merchant ship that could barely make it here to come and talk to us?
like, yeah, half of you died of scurvy,
You
fucking
know,
starvation. Like,
like yeah, why would they? Why would they? Like, why is no one curious about that? Like, why do you think, Charles? Why do you think there seems to be a lack of curiosity really on why he's really here?
Like why Blackthorn is there?
Yeah,
At the beginning of the show, it seemed like there was curiosity,
definitely. But
and now that curiosity has kind of disappeared.
the more
I mean,
the more he seemed like they could help, the more he seemed like that he could help them, that they could use him for certain things, the less they were curious about his homeland and what's going on. But it's like, how could you be so short-sighted and arrogant like that? I mean, it's so weird. It's like this guy's
I guess
coming.
it's the immediacy of the situation, I guess.
I
Because
guess.
you could see on a larger scale, it's like, because obviously the Portuguese have a lot of influence, so they could just be, shooting that down anytime anyone sort of brings it up. Be like, what does he
Yeah,
mean by that? Yeah,
yeah.
don't worry about that. That's it's bullshit. He's whatever.
Yeah,
Like,
speaking of that, where are the Portuguese? Because I haven't seen them for a while.
They
they
went
popped up a couple times very briefly.
they trail back at this point because they're trying to see, they took a step back to see what the fallout is going to happen. They got an agreement from Toranaga, at least in his homeland, to start setting up chapels out there based on their sort of like tentative, influencing of people to sort of like ally with him and everything like that. So they're just trying to see how everything is going to fall out and everything like that. And then, I'm not sure how much that earthquake, depleted his forces that he came with at first. That was a lot of forces, a lot of soldiers. I'm not
I
sure
mean,
how.
the way they were talking, it seems like a lot.
Yeah, it did sound like I was hoping that it didn't bring him back because it seemed like at one point, because it seems like that the Portuguese may be getting a little nervous and feeling like they may be in their best interest to ally with Toranaga based on certain things, and so with the resigning from the council and everything like that, they try to jam that up, and with Ochiba sort of like now kind of really kind of pushing and making her feelings known. Like, I think she did. I think she kind of publicly made that made that reveal about why she was so after Toranaga, right? That wasn't a private conversation. That was more among the council, right?
No, I think that was a private conversation.
That was a private one. Okay, I just want to make sure I was
yeah.
framing that right. I just want to make sure I was framing that right. Okay.
Yeah, it was
right.
because she was just like, you asked earlier why I have these feelings about Toranaga, and then went on to explain it.
Okay. Wow. I just can't help but feel like that when she said that she was in there amongst them when that, but maybe it was still just
because he suggested like, why don't you take this public? And she was like, "Oh, what's the point?"
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. It just seemed like a really public area where they were having that conversation. I guess but you were right. I do now. It's all coming back to me on that conversation. Now I get it. Thanks, man. Thanks on that one.
I mean, it definitely was the sort of place like, surely someone heard that. There's got to be someone like their walls are made of paper. There's got to be someone next door just hearing like, with his ear up to the wall.
But yeah, man, I'm just I don't know. I feel like right now I'm rallying for the youth. I'm rallying for the nephew and the son. I'm rallying for them right now. I feel like they see something that the uncle and the father don't see, and they may be trying to reach for something, saying now instead of doing this whole long play thing. I don't know if it's going to work out for them, but I am rallying for those guys. Honestly, I have to say, it's weird how they feel like. It's weird how no matter what culture, it always seems to be this thing of between father and son, or even or even older man, younger man, of you're not good enough, measure up type of situation. And there's always you don't seem to get this. Where even in fucking The Expanse, even with Marco and Philip, they just project the same bullshit between father and between a father type, a mentor type, and and a mentee type. They always push that you're not good enough, measure up, type of situation like that. Like the part that the guy seems to want to stomp out seems to be the part that seems to be connected to the mother always too,
Yeah, so it's like, fuck that woman shit. I'm your father. I know what you should be, and you're not that. I climb that fucking hill.
So it's just like, man, they don't always have to do that. Like that shit just, because I never was like that as a father. I never was like, you're not good enough for who I am or what I'm expecting, you to be shape up. Is always like figuring out who you wanted to be and helping you be the best that,
guide, not push.
Yeah, it's like trying to be there and say like, look, I'm trying to figure out what makes you happy and help you get there. Not saying you should be this and you'll be happy. Get there. It's like, no, it's like, okay, look, tell me where you want to go and I can help you as best I can, help you try to get there. And give you something, give you as much as I can on what I know about it, what I can help you and get to that point. It's just like, God, trying to do that. Not so much of you were meant to be a warrior and you're going to do this and then you're doing it and you're still kind of acting like you're not the star I am. It's like, Jesus Christ.
It's like, you want to be a fishmonger? That's cool too. Just be you.
But you know, and see, and that's the thing that we also kind of arrived to weirdly enough with, with Invincible also. I mean, it's like even though he decided not to subjugate Earth, why did he still, I mean, you really still felt like he wanted him to realize his powers as, as a superhero, as a Viltrumite, to protect the Earth? Really?
Not at the time, no. At the time, I think it was pure disappointment that he hadn't lived up to the standards he thought he would.
So then it was.
I think he thought he would develop a bit quick. Well, we say that from the start of the show. It's just like, fuck it, dude's 18. He still hasn't got his powers yet. What the fuck?
So he was totally expected to just kind of just happen to him, and then what? I mean, like, and this. So then what? Still. So you felt okay. So let me just be clear again. I don't want to sound like an idiot, but I'm willing to, just so I can make sure that I'm clear on your perspective. So do you feel like his decision to not subjugate the Earth came way before,
Oh, no.
Mark was born,
No,
or when Mark was born?
No, I think it was. I think it was very much that moment when he was beating his son to death. I think everything kind of flooded in at that moment. And then, events that happened after, but I think that was the kicking off point when he sort of realized, oh shit, I actually care about something.
So him training his son was to kick off the plan to subjugate the Earth?
I think so.
Wow, really? Did you feel that way, Charles?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Did you feel like Nolan training Mark to become eventually invincible was to kick off the subjugation of the Earth initially?
Yeah, I thought that was obvious.
Wow. Maybe at risk of being an idiot, I didn't think it was that obvious to me that was the plan.
Yeah, that was the plan of every Viltrumite.
I mean, yeah, but I thought
to go to their respective target planet to find a potential mate, to have a child with that mate, and then raise that child to help with the subjugation. That was always the plan of every Viltrumite.
While emerging as a superhero protecting the Earth.
On Earth, I think that was. I don't know if that was the plan initially.
See, that's where I get kind of thrown.
Because if Mark had gotten his powers when he was, I guess, supposed to, it would have been different.
It would have been.
But he had to keep his cover for a while.
Yeah, it would have been a lot different, because I think the initial plan was to begin the subjugation process when Mark got his powers.
But wouldn't it just been easier to come there with a female Viltrumite to speed along that process and just have them be undercover until they, or just or
yeah, I guess, but we also
it's one
they seem pretty
Viltrumite. It's
spread
one
out
Viltrumite per planet. One, not two. One Viltrumite per planet.
And because what happened was he ended up having a child with a human, and due to the unpredictability still of their DNA mixing together, you still had a situation where it took much longer than I think he expected for him to kind of come along with his powers. And then by that time, he's invested a lot of time here, and he's become quite a guy here. And it's like, all of a sudden, it's like I don't. That's why I kind of felt like I'm not sure he really felt like Like, because at what point? Because at what point are you just keep leading your son along and hey, pick out pick out the uniform? It's like, son, I think you need to know something. You know, as soon as you start seeing that yellow and blue shit, like, okay, I think we need to talk. You know what I'm saying? Like it's like I think that when we're when we're having to kill whole militaries, to prove our point, I think your yellow and blue is really going to be off-putting. I just, at some point you want to have this conversation before he thinks he's neighborhood Spider-Man. I'm just thinking about it. I mean, it's like why wait until he becomes, yeah, I'm loving this. Yeah, now here's your whip, make them fall in line. Like, what the hell do you mean? You know what I'm saying? What the hell do you mean make them fall in line? It's like you can't do that. You can't have that conversation after all of that. You can't say, well, here's the league over here. We protect the earth, but they can never protect them from me. You know, and two or three of me and maybe a couple of my cousins, you know what I'm saying? They would have no chance. So like, this is all a farce. Like, I'm sorry. Like at what point, like he's just dragging him through all of this to say, yeah, this was the whole plan the whole time. It just seems a little weird.
I guess, like, I mean, you sort of see a moment of it because I think it was when he was beating the shit out of Mark that he had the flashback to him, the baseball game,
Yeah,
right?
and realize,
Like,
yeah.
so you've got to imagine there's moments like that that have sort of eroded that complete dedication to the mission over the years. Like, he's gotten attached and whatnot, but ultimately that is his, I guess, his programming is that being the ultimate goal. So it's sort of like he keeps pushing forward that point until he gets to something that just stops him going forward, which is when he's looking at this kid he's raised for 18 years, missing all his teeth, bloodied face, saying, "I still love you, Dad," or whatever he said. And he's like, I can't do that. I gotta get the fuck out of here.
But I still feel
Like, it really just, comes to a breaking point.
But see, the thing that caused that, though, see, it could have been more of, it's hard to say. It's really hard to say. Because, like, what do you, I mean, it's kind of hard to say because what you do is a process of giving your kid roots. He knows people. He goes to school with people. He grows up with people as friends and teachers and people that he knows around the neighborhood. Gets older and older and older, year after year after year after year after year. Okay, I get it. He gets his powers now. It takes a little longer, but that's the risk of when you're doing this crossbreeding like this. And then he gets his powers, and what you do then on top of all of that, it's gonna be enough of having a conversation about who you really are. But then you set about allowing him to think that he's the next neighborhood Spider-Man. And to then tell him after he's had these other battles and shit like that, that you could have just dispatched these people this quickly. You could have done it this quickly. You created this whole farce for no reason. Like, when I put myself in Mark's position, you created this whole fucking farce for no reason. Every single person that we fought, you could have dispatched them with no fucking problem.
Yeah, ultimately.
Yes, I mean, yeah, you would have caught.
Which is why I think I said earlier, I don't think subjugation is the entire goal. It can't be that simple if they're going to certain lengths like this.
Yeah, and that's what's going to become interesting. That's what, if they do it right, it's what's going to become interesting in the next season, because you really start looking at the fucking fact, like bro, you sat there and just let him do all of this and all of these things, all of these villains, and things like that that are so formidable to him, and it's just training. That's all it is. It's all training. That's what it was. It's all training for him.
I do love the kaiju are a thing in this universe.
Huh? Say again?
I love the kaiju are a thing in this universe.
Oh yeah.
Just because why the fuck not?
I mean, because
we got superheroes, we got crazy alien shit, we got fucking, why not? Let's have some kaiju.
I mean, because you got all these things, you got to have something that at least give them somewhat of a hard time. You know what I'm saying? Big, you know what I'm saying? Big monster, you know what I'm saying? Or, you know what I'm saying, there's super battle-ready alien civilizations that want to keep coming after Earth and things like that. It's just, yeah, you got to have something that'll give them a hard time. But it's like, I just think it was all training. For that guy to go and just basically go into one of their portals, go back to a planet and just completely wipe them out. It's mine. This planet is mine. You know what I'm saying? It's just like it's just all this was just basically he left it like it was for his son to train and become what he was. So then he could say, hey, let's go ahead and just take over this planet now. It's ours. You know, it's ours anyway. You know, it's just like he thought it was going to go like that. And it's like, what do you mean? You think I'm going to be like the ruler of these people that's like my friends and I'm saying the people that I'm, you know, no, I'm not going to, like, I just can't believe he thought that. And he raised him as like an Earth kid. Like if you at least worked on him more to be more steely like you, and at least kind of let him in on who you were and what you were and where you came from as he got older, before he got his powers, it wouldn't be such a difficult conversation. But you didn't even do that for him.
I guess, yeah, that's like because I feel like there's a few different times when Nolan does refer to him as being kind of soft or whatever, and that is his fault for not pushing like that.
It's not even so much. It's not even so much reading him into the whole situation, but at least kind of helping him be a little bit. I think that, like, what if there's nothing else? If we learned nothing else, what inspired them to have the strongest planet, the most powerful planet? What process did they go through to you know what I'm saying, to basically have the strongest Viltrumites go out there and subjugate all these other planets? Do you recall that, of course, right?
I remember they had like the civil war within the planet.
Exactly.
All the weaker Viltrumites.
Exactly. So what was missing in Mark's life growing up with Omni-Man?
It was less, I guess,
training.
Maybe less
fighting,
what was
training.
that,
Maybe
less what was missing, and more that he had the mother he did as well.
But also, maybe if he had trained with him more, fought with him more, you know what I'm saying? You know, at least sparring with him more, it might have would have sparked his powers a little more, a little sooner, and things like that.
Yeah, definitely potentially. But that, I don't know. I kind of got the impression at the start of the show that he had been trying to push those powers to kickstart, and just.
I never noticed. I never noticed.
That's just the impression I got. I don't know if it was ever really stated or not, but I just kind of got the feeling that he'd been sort of trying to get it to emerge, and it just hadn't.
But I think it was more of like being impatient and talking it over with his wife more than like, okay, let's see you throw this rock, you know, and just, you know, I really want you to really, you know what I'm saying? Like just really trying to, you know, I didn't see anything like that, or just kind of really kind of sparring with them to kind of see maybe I can kind of spark his, you know what I'm saying, his strength a little bit if he, you know what I'm saying, goes with me a little bit or whatever, something. I didn't see there was any flashbacks or any cuts to anything where he was trying to do any of that, or even
No,
trying
not
to,
really.
make him more trained to fight and defend himself, to where he was getting his ass kicked in school before he got his powers and everything like that. So it's just like, so that to me shows me that he wasn't even training him to fight.
Or if he had, Mark just wasn't taking to it.
Nah, come on, man. To let a jackass like that just completely bitch him out. You know what I'm saying? In school like that. I mean, come on. He learned something. Even Rocky's kid. You know what I'm saying? If he had to go back out
I
there and
suppose, yeah, powers or not, if your dad had been teaching you something. Yeah, good point.
yeah, I just feel like I just feel like he just sat around and waited for the time that he had his powers, and that maybe the feeling of power of being that kind of being would make it easier for him to feel like, yeah, he can do that. You know what I'm saying? But you still raise him as an Earth kid to be attached and to like these people and everything like that. You gave him nothing of what it was to be a Viltrumite, and then look disappointed at him for not being the Viltrumite that he should be. It's weird.
Because I can't remember. Did they say this was Nolan's first planet? I don't think it was, right? Like his first planet that he'd been given to
I don't. I
take
mean,
over.
I don't
almost-
think it was either. I don't think it was his first planet.
No, I don't think so. I feel like there was, yeah, like it's been at least implied there were more.
but maybe the process at that point wasn't sort of like to, like, maybe maintain a stronghold, as it were,
Was more
or
just to go in and just conquer as fast as you can.
yeah, I would guess so, because otherwise we should have been talking about more children then, possibly, So I would just feel like that maybe, I don't know why Earth was sort of like made as one of the special ones, where they wanted to kind of have more of a process with it, and less of this whole thing of and less of the thing of, okay, I'm because what's Nolan has actually.
It's got to be a similarity thing because humans, at least visually, are so identical.
Okay. A point to you on that one. So maybe they didn't want to just wipe them out and
Because
whatever.
as of yet, I don't think we've seen anyone from any other planet that is. I mean, we've seen humanoids, but as far as like people actually look like regular people, I think it's just the two so far.
Okay, yeah, you're right. You're right.
Like you got Alan the alien, who is definitely humanoid, but the Cyclops and he's orange, and
Yeah.
And he also got turned into a beefcake.
yeah, he certainly did.
Jesus.
I was so happy when he wasn't dead.
Oh yeah, I was very happy about that too. And good God, he got buffed up.
Yep.
My God, look.
He's like he's got the that Saiyan blood. It's like if you nearly die, then you just heal for a while, you'll be twice, 3 times stronger.
I thought that was.
Yeah.
I thought that was. Oh my God, the green guy. What was his fucking name?
Piccolo.
Yes, I thought that was him. I thought he
Yeah,
was
they
like
might
that.
have had that too, possibly.
I thought he was kind of like that. Real weird. You know what I'm saying? Real weirdly structured. Like, so like he was real complicated. But at any rate, I just want to say that honestly, that I just really felt like, I don't know. It just I'm really hoping that some questions will get more answered in season 3 with all of this, because I just really feel like that like the normal plan of what they normally would do just wasn't the plan when it came to Earth. And maybe you're, and it's maybe because you're right. Maybe they wanted to have more of a melding, possibly here if possible, and to where eventually they kind of have a more Viltrumite type planet.
Yeah,
With
you could like they're looking at it as like the foundation's already there. We just
inject more
need to
Viltrumites.
build. Yeah, we need to build it up.
Okay, so what do you think about that, Charles?
I'm sorry. It's just you asking about the green guy reminded me of that DBZ abridged running gag. Piccolo keeps saying dodge. But what was your question?
Like, are they trying to? Do you think that the Viltrumites are trying to sort of like create a companion planet to their own because the humans are, are sort of like the closest things that they've encountered to themselves, and maybe they're just kind of like sort of like
Oh,
creating their own sort of like actual more like transplant colony
so
onto
like
Earth.
they're trying to create like a secondary planet for all of their like half breed offspring.
Initially, but eventually creating a pretty much a full on Viltrumite planet eventually.
No,
After a while,
no, I don't think they're trying to do that.
No, you don't think so?
I think they're trying to expand their empire by conquering other planets, and that's all they're trying to do.
Yeah, but they could have did that easily with Nolan. They could have did that easily with Nolan. There's nothing on Earth that could have stopped Nolan from subjugating them as soon as he touched down. But for some reason, it seemed to be
Like
part of the mission.
aside from Jason Statham, no one's going to give you much trouble.
Unless you're no, he's not a Meg. He's not the Meg, Damian. Okay,
That's a
No,
Meg
he's
of the
not the
time.
Meg. He's the guy who killed the Meg
that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
and the Megs, plural.
Nolan's not the Meg, so he's a little bit
Oh,
more. He's a little bit different than the Meg. Yes.
I thought you were saying Jason Statham's the Meg. I'm like, you're crazy. He
No,
killed
but
like 6 of them Megs.
but I'm just saying, like, I just feel like that it seemed like it was okay for it seemed like the mission went into him actually being there and settling in there and even having a child. It seemed like all of that was never an issue and everything like that. It seemed like if Damien is right, and it seemed like all this was part of the plan for Mark to grow up and have another Viltrumite there and to sort of like create this whole thing to where it's like look at what's happened, or here's Mark and everything works out fine. So, and it's sort of like the experiment that works. Like, yeah, he has his powers and he's human and everything works and everything's good and this can work. We can sort of like colonize here and mix with the humans and create a whole secondary planet here.
Because, like, I know they experience time differently, or they age differently at the very least, but you would think if it was anything less, if it was purely the subjugation element, wouldn't they have come back after, like, a year or two, being like, dude, what the fuck? What's taking so long? What are you doing?
I would think, yeah, that's another great point to you. Another great point to you. And I just feel like it's just more complicated than that because they could have easily done it. I just feel like this thing that they've done or what they were trying to do, what was expected with Nolan and Mark that didn't come to fruition. It just seemed to be way more complicated than just them just kind of coming in, dropping down and subjugating that planet. Either you bow to us or we'll take you all out. And that could have been the option, and it wasn't. It was like a whole other elongated plan and everything like that, or maybe at least an elongated experiment that says, yes, we can mate with them and they'll look like us and they'll have our powers and it'll be us. And essentially, it'll still be us, and yeah, it'll work out. It was more like an experiment. That's why, maybe that's even why he called her a pet. It was an experiment. This
And
whole
even
thing.
just the female Viltrumite coming down to try and convince Mark, like there's not I can't I refuse to buy that she helped him save all those people. Just feel like, if I do this, he'll probably say yes.
Hmm.
That seems too simple. I think she would have just been like, "No, I'm just going to stand by and watch. You deal with this on your own." Maybe at the least you could be like, "Okay, she didn't want Invincible to die," but I think, yeah, she probably would have just stood by, and if she saw the things were going really south, would have actually stepped in. But no, she was like, "All right, I'll help you out, save these people."
Hmm.
Oh, there has to be something more here.
It's very intriguing now. I have to agree. I have to fucking agree. I really do. And
If not, it's a bunch of confusing red herrings that mean nothing.
I hope I've been snake bitten by the X Files and other things. I don't want to have that happen again. I really don't. I just really don't want to have it just to
Lost,
be.
you're like, surely a polar bear is not just a polar bear. It was just a polar bear for no reason.
It can't be that, because you're talking about a really long play situation that, because it's like he just couldn't understand. The thing that kind of got to me was that Nolan couldn't understand that after all of these years having him be raised as an Earth kid with no real sense of who he really was, for some reason. He just, I mean, he doesn't even, I mean, he could have spun it in a different way. I come from a planet where, or you kind of say out there in the universe, there's a lot of treachery, a lot of different species and things in this world that would like to, take over and control a lot of places. We felt, our government felt like, we had to be, vigilant and battle ready, and kind of tell them the story of how, I mean, if you would spin it that way, you know what I'm saying? And kind of at least
Yeah,
give
like
them,
we're going to step in on weaker planets and protect them from those who would do such things.
at least try to give him something, at least try to give him something to where he's understanding what, what I'm saying, what he's preparing for at a young age. So at least when the powers do kick in, at least he has a mindset and a knowledge and training to where he can protect himself, he can fight, and when those powers kick in, wow, okay, now he really can go. You know what I'm saying? But it's like to not give him any of that, or even give him a spin of what it was to be, what I'm saying, on Votrum. It's just, and then expect for him to be just like, I got these powers, I'm super powerful. Yeah, let's take over, son. Let's take over the planet, son. Yeah, dad, let's take him over. You know what I'm saying? Like, is that what the fuck you really thought? Like, is that what you thought was gonna happen once he got his yellow and blue suit and was saving people? Yeah. Now here's your whip. Crack it. Get him in line. You know what I'm saying? Like, let them know this is our planet, and Viltrumite will take care of them in the global universal landscape. And yeah, they'll be fine. Go ahead. You know what I'm saying? It's like, are you crazy? It's like, what?
Yeah, it's like you kind of want to, like, if that is the mindset, like, how many times, if this is what you guys do, like, this is seriously the first time this hasn't worked out.
I don't, because I don't think there was a kid involved.
You know, like,
That's why I don't believe before there was any kids involved. There was no long play like this. It was just more of, hey, we're here to, basically help your weak planet. Either, they all had a reason to take over your planet. Either you're too weak and will be taken over by somebody worse than us, or or face the wrath of them, or just, or will just look, just trust in us. We don't have to do anything to you. And then for the other planets that think that they're going to take over everything, then they'll take them out. So it's always an argument of seeming like heroes, seeming like you're doing the right thing, but you're brutal in how you do it. And those who even resist even a little bit get completely taken out. And it's just like it's kind of hard. So I don't think kids were. I don't think they did any long plays when it comes to the other situations. For some reason, when it came to Earth, and I think it's to your point. I think again, it's to your point. I think because they seem that they're very similar. You wouldn't know beyond the powers that that they weren't from this planet and everything like that. So it's like I just think that they're just trying to create a planet to where they're not to where they can actually live on it and actually exist and sort of like maybe even mix in, or like I said, maybe have a secondary planet or stronghold in the particular area, because who knows how far Viltrumite is from where Earth is. So
Yeah, I don't think we've ever been told that specifically.
yeah, so to have a stronghold of a Viltrumite type planet on Earth like that would would be, I mean, might be a strategic pivotal position. I'm saying strategic positioning to where their overall plans are. Maybe, who knows?
Yeah.
But I will say this before you guys get into the next thing, and um, because Dick Turpin, I wasn't able to get to it. I couldn't get my hands on it, so I apologize.
It's all good. We can save it for next week.
Okay. Well, then in that case,
To a point, there's probably not a whole lot to say about it.
but did you guys enjoy it?
Oh yeah,
Oh,
I
yeah.
loved it. I thought it was great.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, that's kind of like it's kind of the trouble with comedy series. It's like, to a point, you've only got so much to say before it becomes just like, hey, remember this joke? Remember that joke? But like, yeah, there's
But, I
definitely
mean-
some discussion points here for sure.
Look, I mean, you can just take a look at my photo, my image, my avatar, and the names I'm using to express my enjoyment for the show. I'm Dick Turpin. What you doing on my highway?
oh my God.
Yes, because Noel Fielding is the actor that played Old Greg in The Mighty Boosh. So my name and my headline are a mix of both Dick Turpin and Old Greg.
And he also played the Hitcher, the character we talked about before the show.
Yes, that is true. Which I don't know. I'm gonna get around to watching The Mighty Boosh at some point. But
You got it. It's so fucking good.
Yeah, I'll probably find it somewhere. Maybe.
Oh, it's me, Dick Turpin, the Highwayman. Oh,
Yeah,
But,
which I recently found out that Dick Turpin was actually a real person, and I had no idea that was the case.
Yeah,
actually.
I took a little look into the research and realized about Richard, and some of the exploits with some people banty about, or and debate on what's true and what's not about what he's done and what he hasn't done and so
Yeah.
forth.
He's got a bit of a vague history.
Yeah,
Well, they vague, I guess vague, but definitely people have opinions and what's true and what's not true and what they've heard and what's what, and everything like that. It becomes that whole thing. But
a vague history and horse thievery.
okay,
Yeah,
and I will say, look, and again with Shogun, I'm gonna say again, I definitely am still pulling for the nephew and the son. I definitely feel like they've got the best insight right now, because Tornaga got some other problems, and right now, Kabushiga, if I'm saying his name right, am I saying that right?
Yabushige.
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 Yabushige. Yeah.
he's kind of caught in the middle right now between his betrayal and his strategy right now. So
Yeah,
I just
his promise to Ishido or whatever his name is.
Shido.
Ishido. Okay.
Yeah.
His promise to Ishido and his loyalty to Toranaga, and
there is no loyalty to Toranaga anymore. He's constantly saying that he's fighting that he's basically being pulled into a losing fight with Toranaga and trying to figure out his way out of it and everything like that. That's all he keeps muttering the whole entire time. You know what I'm saying? Everything is about trying to get himself separated from this so that he can be safe. You know what I'm saying? From being pulled into this and ultimately taken down as he believes that they all will be as a result of this. So,
yeah.
And I just feel
like, what are you saying? Like, you're caught up with all the episodes, right?
Yeah.
What are you talking about with the son and the nephew?
I feel like I'm rooting for those guys.
You're talking about Toranaga's son, right?
Toranaga's son, and
he's not around anymore.
Huh?
He's not around anymore.
Hold up, I must have missed something then. What did I miss?
Yeah, the part where at the tea house when Toranaga's son shows up to try to attack. Wait, hold on. Are we talking about the most recent episode that was this past Tuesday?
7.
Was that 7 or 8?
8 would be next week.
Okay, then it is the most recent episode. Okay. Yeah, at the tea house where Toranaga's half brother was being catered to.
Okay.
Seiki, I think is his name. Seiki. And then Toranaga's son decides to attack Seiki. And as Seiki is trying to escape Toranaga's son slips on some wet stone and then bashes his head on a rock, and he bleeds out. And Seiki watches as his nephew, Toranaga's son, dies on the ground. So Toranaga's son is dead.
I'm confused. Hold on.
Yeah.
I missed that completely.
Yeah, Toranaga's son is dead.
Yeah.
That's so stupid. Just off of that.
Yeah. Toranaga's son attempts to kill his uncle, Toranaga's half brother Seiki, and fails. He slips on a stone on a wet stone at the tea house, and then cracks his skull open on a rock and bleeds out on the ground.
I don't remember this at all, but it must have been 7 because the next episode is not until the 9th.
Yeah, but it happens right at the end of the episode, right before the credits.
Hold on. Let me
Yeah.
My God, what the hell?
Yep.
Okay. Wait, I did not watch. Did I not watch this? I did not watch A Stick of Time. I did not watch it. I stopped at Ladies of the Willow World. I stopped at that. That's what happened. No problems. That was my bad. That was on me. That was on me. Fuck.
So I just spoiled.
This show doesn't do post credit, right?
Recent episode. Son of a bitch.
No. You're good. That was on me. I thought I was caught up, and I fucking forgot about the newest one. I forgot about it. That was on me. That was really on me.
I am so sorry, guys.
No, that's on me.
No, I watched it. I just don't. I mean, sorry to stop, but I don't remember this.
You're breaking up there, Damian.
Good now?
Kind of. Yep. Yeah, kind of.
Kind of.
But no, it's just like what happened was like right at the end of the episode, like right before the credits.
Yeah, because what I remember being the last moment of the episode was Toranaga saying there will be a crimson sky. Oh, that was the episode before.
What?
That was the episode before.
We both similar. We both slipped on the damn most recent episode. Then, geez, fucking Christ.
Yeah.
I'm confused because I had 6 and 7, and I watched. I'm very confused.
Yeah. No, the episode where he said that there was going to be a Crimson Sky, that was the episode before the most recent.
Yeah, because the one before the Women of the Willow World was the episode where Blackthorn went to the tea house.
Yes.
And hung out for a little while.
Yeah. Okay. I don't know what happened there. This is what happens when you watch things when you're half asleep. You shouldn't do it.
Yeah, but no, it's just like, God,
You
it looks like
watch
I'm
things
the
that
only
you
one
didn't.
that's caught up. Jesus.
No, we're all caught
Well,
up
at least
now.
we all watched ghost stories.
No,
The
we're all-
correct
That's-
version.
Well, no. Only 2 of us watch ghost stories.
Don't you look away like that, Stone. I was kidding.
No, look, we're all caught up on Shogun now. You know, so and I'm fine with that.
Yeah, thanks, Charles, you spoiler motherfucker.
See, that's him.
Hey,
That's not me.
hey, I was under the impression that you guys were caught up.
So was I.
That's him, not me. But I'm good. I'm good with it. And
But I also learned there's going to be 10 episodes, not 8. For some reason, I was thinking there was 8. So there's 10.
Yeah, I thought there was actually going to only be 6 episodes.
Yeah, I was thinking 8, but apparently 10. So
cannot be
good.
There's no way it could have ever been 6 episodes only.
Yeah.
No way it could have ever been 6 episodes because I mean, it's too much going on. It's still so much I don't know what's gonna be answered in this first season at all. But I just don't know, man. There's no way it could have been 6. There's no way it could have been 6 episodes though. No way.
And maybe if they're like an hour and a half each, but
Possibly. But so you guys are not going to talk Dick Turpin, or
I mean, we can save it for next week.
okay? You'll give me a chance. Fine.
Yeah, we'll give you a chance.
All right.
so what?
Then-
Next week we've got a little bit of Dick Turpin, Fallout
Yeah, we got
season
Fallout.
1.
Yeah.
That's probably it on the agenda, isn't it?
We also got another episode of Shogun to discuss.
Oh yeah. Thanks.
Yeah,
Oh,
please.
2 episodes of Shogun.
Let's remember that.
Apparently.
Let's remember that.
Yeah.
And yeah, it looks like it's going to be Fallout, Shogun, and Dick Turpin.
So I guess the only thing to do is to roll that beautiful toilet footage, and
Yes.
Oh boy.
hopefully get the timing right. I'm gonna bet on you. I'm not even gonna pull my image away.
I think you've jinxed me now, but let's see how we go. All right. Goodbye, everybody.
Bye, everybody.